may be seated. We are back on the record, out of recess, back on the record. The same admonitions that I gave the other day about your cell phone and other matters still pertain to today, since we're just a continuation. Ms. Bennett, we're ready to proceed if you'll call your next witness. Excuse me, Mr. Goodwin.
One point of clarification, I believe the company committed to follow up on the number of full-time employees at White Bluff. That's 95 as of today.
95?
Yes, Mr.
Thank you. Mhm.
Then
Chair, we'll call our next witness, Ms. Candace Fielder.
Candace Fielder.
And Ms. Fielder was previously sworn, and you admitted the testimony, so we'll tender her for cross-examination.
I'll remind you to be sure and go to the lectern.
Yes, sir.
Okay? You were sworn the other day, Ms. Fielder. I'm sorry you missed your vacation, but thank you for being here today. Ms. McQueen, do you have any questions?
I do, sorry.
Remember to speak into your mic, since you have your own personal mic. But you can come to the lectern to ask the questions, if you'd like.
Is that okay with you?
We just have a table mic in case you
Well,
want to
know
make
me,
it.
I just as soon grab it and walk around and just, let me, I'll just.
This is not made for TV, okay?
Neither am I, really. I'm not much for the social media of things. I just have a few questions for you, Ms. Fielder. Thank you for being here. I understand you had to rearrange some personal business.
Of course.
All right. And is it my correct understanding that this is your second time to testify on behalf of Resources?
This is, yeah.
Yes, for EAL. And how long have you worked for Entergy? Just remind me.
A little over 17 years.
All right. And do you work for Entergy Arkansas at this time?
That's correct.
And you're their resource planner. Would you say how would you describe your position as it relates from EAL to ESI, Entergy Services, Inc., in regards to resource planning for this particular unit?
Sure. Since 2012, I've worked for Entergy Arkansas. So I'm not part of ESL or ESI. I'm Entergy Arkansas, and so I only focus on planning the long-term generation needs for Entergy Arkansas. So I don't know a whole lot about the other operating companies. That's been my sole focus now for quite a while. And so in my role, the integrated resource plan, balancing the load and capability over the long term, which would include, RFPs and things like that as well.
And the need for this plant, you believe, is based upon the deactivation primarily of White Bluff?
No, I think that's a separate issue, and I think we've already started talking about it. I don't see deactivation of White Bluff. I believe we're working towards that unit potentially operating longer, maybe with a different fuel. So that's kind of separate from this. This resource, JPS, we need this for capacity and energy to serve customers. So it's more of a load and not a replacement.
And in that regard, is it actually in your professional opinion, the least cost option to serve both the capacity and energy needs?
I'm not sure about least cost, but and I'm not sure that that's what we're necessarily going for. I think it's a balance of trying to find the most optimal solution at the lowest reasonable cost. This resource on its own can solve more than one problem. So it can solve the capacity need as well as the energy need. And being able to do that in this resource is very cost effective. And as we had in the testimony, gave a net benefit over alternatives.
And help me if correct me here. So primarily the basis for the need that you've got going forward is sorry. I think that's my phone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're getting some kind of interference.
That's weird. Okay. That happens again.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get at the question of you've got a problem that you're trying to solve, and you say that this particular resource solves several of those issues. Is there not other way that you could have sought resource development and that would have also solved that problem besides this particular large expensive unit?
So we did lots of comparisons, and I can step through some of them. The generation technology assessment it's a really important process. It's a big assessment, and Mr. Ruiz, his team, actually puts it together, and it's important input to what resource planning. And it's an evaluation of lots of different technologies, some that are more mature than others, and goes through an economic evaluation of all of those various technologies based on lots of inputs, vendors, market opportunities for all the Entergy operating companies, third-party consultants, gets a nice broad view of all the different alternative technologies. So that was, of course, a key input, and reviewing that, there just wasn't another technology that could solve both the capacity and the energy need together, and in such a cost-effective way. But we also looked at other comparisons as well. The traditional, what about 2 CT? 1 CT wouldn't be big enough. We did our traditional alternative of a combustion turbine analysis, in this case 2 CTs. And again, JPS that's the 377 million net benefit figure. We also, to your question, looked at a portfolio alternative where we did a mix of combustion turbine, solar, storage. And again, JPS had, better net benefit, a couple $100 million net benefit. So we've done, there's a few others that are all in my testimony. I don't want to.
No, I understand. But not in your testimony is the option of actually extending the life of White Bluff. And that would, with 1,600 megawatts roughly, would that not solve some of your capacity and energy needs as well?
Suspend just a moment.
We've raised this a number of times, but if she is going to ask questions about extending the life with respect to units, that she was intimately involved as counsel for a number of years, environmental counsel, and negotiated a lot of those, there is an ethical conflict that we cannot waive.
I'm going to let her ask the questions. I note your objection.
And I'm very sensitive to that as well, but this is all based upon public record. We're trying to determine what Entergy did in 2025 to meet the need, knowing that the coal units would be coming down, for at least since, before 2020. So, that being said, have you and are you aware of any efforts to extend the life of the units that are already there and that the ratepayers are already financing?
Yes, we've got diligence underway to evaluate the potential to continue to operate those units using natural gas rather than coal. Those studies are underway. There's a lot of diligence to do, but we expect to have results from that, second half of next year, I believe.
So I can take that answer to mean that no, you have not looked at requesting from the federal government the opportunity to continue to use coal at those units?
Oh, that would be outside of my subject matter of expertise. I'm aware of the consent decree that is ceasing to use coal at the end of 2028, and so that's how I've been doing my resource planning.
So would it be accurate to sum up your testimony that as far as you know, Entergy Arkansas has not pursued any effort to try to use the resources that you already have on the grid to serve the capacity and resource needs?
Objection has an answer. She already indicated that an evaluation is underway.
I'm going to let her answer the question. Noted.
Can you restate it? I'm sorry. Can you,
So is it correct to say that your testimony is you have not investigated using the units as coal plants to meet the capacity and energy needs?
not to my knowledge, but I just may not be aware.
And if the life of those units were extended 2 to 4 years, would that not provide the resource that you need at this time?
I would have to think through that a little bit. You're not having done any modeling. Of course, we've been assuming that we cease to use coal at that plant in our models in 2028. I mean, I think in theory it would provide capacity and some energy. I mean, it's certainly not anywhere close to the amount of energy that we know is needed with Jefferson. So that would be my main concern, would be if it could really provide the energy that we need.
So could it perhaps provide as a portfolio approach with one unit being extended? Would it negate any part of the need for this planned unit?
I don't think it could offset it. I don't. You know, Jefferson is expected to operate with a capacity factor over 70%. My recollection is the coal plants have been operating more of like a 30% capacity factor the last several years. So I really don't think it could meet that need.
Ms. Fielder, when you're answering will you pull that mic a little closer to you? I know when you turn your head toward Ms. McQueen, your voice, you speak very softly anyway, and sorry I couldn't find an optimal time to interject here, but just make sure you're speaking into the mic, okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Let me just segue just a little bit. I guess it's somewhat related to this idea of an alternate approach to Jefferson, which would be the conversion of the unit to gas. Is it correct that it would basically be a peaker at that unit?
It would operate like a peaking unit. That's right.
And you're already planning solar there as well as batteries. Is that not correct?
That's right.
Okay. And the part of the demand that you're anticipating comes from, I'm not sure what you want to call it writ large, but the digital demand that is coming. Is that correct?
There's growth. You know, existing customers, you know, will need the support from the resource as well. But yes, growth. Sorry.
And how much is that factoring into your need, as I understand it, based primarily on the 2024 snapshot in the IRP with a few adjustments with supplemental modeling?
I think I missed the first part of your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is your testimony is that the basis of the need, which is an element in the statute, yes?
Right.
And it's something that the commission has to find about this unit in this docket, correct? Yeah, is a snapshot in time based upon the 2024 IRP with some supplemental modeling, as provided in your testimony. Is that not correct?
I think I'm following you.
All right, and so knowing,
Once again, as Commissioner Anderson said, get closer to your mic, okay?
eat it is what you
Thank you.
remember here, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get the question.
I'm trying to get to the basis of your need with what you're forecasting in your testimony. The way I understand it is you are perceiving that you're going to have a very large demand increase, and to meet those needs, you're going to have the Jefferson Power Station to do so, despite the fact that you've got operating coal plants and other options already in the hopper to meet some or all of the demand.
Okay. So I think I see the question. So the IRP, it's a snapshot. It has several scenarios in it to try to, you know, gauge and give a robust view. But I think pointing to that supplemental analysis in particular, we used a more conservative load forecast than was used in the 24 IRP when we ran what we're calling the supplemental modeling. And so that load forecast takes out that kind of growth that I think you're speaking about. That is just based on existing and any known future customers. So it doesn't have any speculative growth in it. And of course, the result of that model, which was an optimization model, resulted in a combined cycle generator in 2029 was the optimal resource. with that conservative load forecast.
All right, and again, that's modeled against the idea that White Bluff has to cease to use coal in 2028.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to tender to the witness at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cox? Any questions? No questions. Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Good morning, Ms. Fielder. You doing all right today?
Good morning. Yes, thank you.
Ms. McQueen was asking you some questions, and your testimony and response indicated there was a number of analyses that you did regarding the decision for JPS. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and one of the things y'all looked at was the 2024 IRP. Is that correct? In that 2024 IRP, the combined cycle was actually manually put into that IRP, was it not?
Yes, there's the 2029 combined cycle that was part of the base portfolio. Yes,
Okay, and that was manually inserted, correct?
that's right.
It originally called for just a simple cycle, correct?
Originally, maybe we're thinking of two different things.
Okay. You manually inserted the combined cycle, correct?
In 2029, that's right.
Yeah, in your 2024 IRP.
That's right.
Did you remove any resources to manually insert that combined cycle?
No,
Okay. The combined cycle that you manually inserted, do you remember the assumed capital cost of that?
no, I don't off the top of my head.
Does 1752 per kilowatt sound about right?
That could be.
Okay. You would agree that that assumed capital is substantially lower than what JPS will be, correct?
Yeah, that would not surprise me.
Okay. One of the other evaluations you did, and you just alluded to it, is that you compared the combined cycle to two combustion turbines. Is that correct? Two simple cycles.
That's right.
Okay. And you were involved in docket number 24072U, correct?
Is that Lake Catherine?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Were you familiar with the order that was entered regarding Lake Catherine and the benchmark that was set by this commission?
Yes, I'm generally familiar.
So you're familiar with the benchmark 1216 per kilowatt for the Lake Catherine unit?
I'm familiar. Yeah.
Okay. If you were to utilize that benchmark in your analysis, that would change the results, would it not?
Well, so are you suggesting that you would just change the cost for one technology?
No, you could use I think it could be applied to both, correct? Use that benchmark for both CTs. The outcome would be different. It would not be as financially beneficial as you claim in your direct testimony, correct?
Since it's a lower cost, I guess it could, but I mean, my understanding is that wouldn't be a rate that you could get out of the market today.
But you agree that was a benchmark that was set by this commission within the past couple months, correct?
I believe that's what was in the order.
Okay. In your testimony, one of the things you hit on is just the benefits that JPS will have because of the interconnection rights at that location, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. Those
Please,
benefits.
answer yes or no.
Yes.
Those benefits aren't exclusive to JPS, though, are they? They would be beneficial to any resource that's going in that area, correct?
That could utilize the interconnection rights?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Entergy could develop a different resource for that, if that's what you're,
Yes.
okay.
So it's not exclusively beneficial to JPS. It could be any resource that's using those connection rights, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We've talked a little bit about the coal conversion, or the gas conversion, excuse me, and you indicated that y'all are still undergoing that analysis, correct?
That's right.
Is there any reason that analysis could not have started in time for us to have it right now?
Well, Entergy wouldn't have the ability to do that project with the complexities of the co-ownership being in place. And so my understanding is the agreements there with those co-owners were not resolved until just a few months ago, I think this summer. So once we had that clarity, then we were able to start that diligence process. We couldn't have started it sooner, not having the rights to the.
You could not, is it your testimony today that you could not have analyzed the proposition of a gas conversion because you didn't have full ownership?
That would be an analysis of something that we wouldn't have been able to do.
You would not have been able to analyze that without having ownership?
Well, we wouldn't be able to do the project without the ownership.
So you could have analyzed it then? Is that what you're saying?
It sounds, if I'm understanding you correctly, I mean, it sounds like you're suggesting to do an analysis of a project that wouldn't have been executable.
Or is it your testimony that y'all didn't have any inclination that y'all were going to start an attempt to maintain ownership before y'all's analysis started? You would acknowledge that the due diligence of switching the ownership started long ago, correct?
I was not directly involved in that. I don't know exactly when it started.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Manis.
Good morning, Ms. Fielder.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, I have some HSBI questions. I can try to save them to the end, or however you'd like to do
Why don't we
it.
save them till the end?
Okay.
And then we'll clear the courtroom. Okay?
On Thursday, I asked some questions to Mr. Bethel about interconnection rights and the potential for the white block conversion. I think we've covered some of that a little bit this morning. I'm going to try to get into that a little bit more. Is that your area of expertise?
I'm happy to share what I know. Yeah.
Okay. I asked him whether the transfer of interconnection rights to Cypress and JPS would impact the ability to interconnect a converted White Bluff unit, and specifically whether it would make it more costly due to interconnection upgrades once that occurs. His response was not that he was aware of. Do you agree with his response? Or what would be your response?
I agree. I don't see any issue with both, or Cypress, solar, as well as JPS, as well as fuel conversion there at that interconnection.
Okay. I'll save some of that follow-up to that for the HSBI portion.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me get into it a little bit. So let me just run through the same questions that I worked through with Mr. Bethel. So what is the current interconnection at the White Bluff site?
I believe it's 1659.
Okay. And what is the JPS proposed capacity?
Well, the nameplate capacity is 750, I want to say, but of course, the capacity accreditation that it gets each season from MISO will vary, and it will be less than that.
Okay. And what is the proposed capacity of Cypress Solar
The solar is 600 megawatts,
and the battery?
350.
Okay. And so, we went through last week that's higher, the total of those is higher than the 1659 that's accredited for or allowable for the White Bluff site. Is that right?
The sum of the nameplate capacities is higher than 1659, yes.
And so how does that work in sort of technical terms in reality? If you were to get both of those that you want, Cypress Solar, the battery, and JPS?
Sure. So that NRIS amount does not need to be greater than or equal to the sum of the nameplate capacities. That's not a requirement. Your nameplate capacity can be higher than your interconnection amount, and that happens. The capacity accreditation that you receive from MISO is always below that. And so you have the capacity consideration, which, solar, of course, being an intermittent resource that has a lower capacity accreditation, and combined with Jefferson, when you add those accreditation values, it's not going over the 1659. And then on the energy side, that 1659 limit comes into account for how much you can put to the grid in any given moment or any given hour. And so with those resources, all being complementary to each other, there's really no concern about ever having a constraint or limitation there on the energy side either.
Thank you. So the benefit, as you've covered several times, of and they're not really comparable, but the benefit of having JPS versus a converted White Bluff is the efficiency of the combined cycle and the cost benefit overall.
That's right. Yeah, the combined cycle is tremendously more efficient. Can operate much more often and for much more longer periods of time, of course, with much less fuel, having a significantly lower heat rate.
And so, but part of the benefit is the interconnection rights, is that right? So you already have them there, and so you're using them, just sort of plugging in to what White Bluff used to do. Then it would be JPS and Cypress Solar.
And it could also be a converted White Bluff unit as well with the 1659.
I'm struggling to understand the math. So I think at this point I have to get in the HSBI portion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. At this point, we're going to need to clear the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
So if you've not signed an affidavit, we'll ask that you go out and wait in the hall. There's restrooms to the far right. The court reporter will note, at this point, we are going into that position, but we'll continue to We'll go back on the public record. Ms. Fielding, do you need a glass of water?
Trying to,
You're okay?
let me know if you can't hear me.
Okay, let's proceed.
Good to go? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Fielder, let's talk first about the White Bluff interconnection. And you mentioned the word optimization. Can you elaborate on what is meant by that a little bit?
Sure. So we call this an optimization analysis. So we run each of the units in these portfolios, we dispatch them around the clock to see how they can operate together in order to get the most value out of the interconnection. And so when we do that, you optimize by each resource getting the most capacity value it could get without getting any curtailment. And so that's what we saw with these portfolios, 1 and 3, because that's the question we were trying to solve is would we get any reduced value by putting more than the 1659 at that place? And so the result was no. It was actually an optimal result and resulted in higher capacity accreditation than doing less resources.
All right, and on the accreditation front, you mentioned that the accredited capacity may be different than the nameplate. Can you kind of give us an example, maybe using the solar and the battery?
Yeah, absolutely. The solar is usually the easiest. So current MISO rules are that solar resources without any operational history get 50% of their nameplate for summer, fall, and spring, and 5% in winter. So, for a 600 megawatt solar plant, for example, 300 megawatts for most of the year, and then, down to 5% for the winter season.
And from your perspective, we're talking about use of the interconnection rights. What's the more relevant consideration, the nameplate capacity or the accredited capacity?
The seasonal accreditation, because that's what you're actually going to receive.
And then, do you know whether today the nameplate capacity of White Bluff exceeds the 1659 interconnection rights?
On a name, I know their seasonal accreditations. I don't know that I know their nameplate ratings off the top of my head.
That's okay. And then kind of closing up this optimization concept, if you were to not optimize, what would be the result as far as utilization, future utilization of those interconnection rights?
You would just leave some rights on the table. And I think we all know how valuable those interconnection rights are. So they would just go unused.
And if they're unused for a certain period of time, do you lose them in perpetuity?
That's right. That's how the MISO rules work.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to the Attorney General's line of questioning. First, Mr. Lewis asked you about whether a combined cycle was manually inserted into the IRP modeling in the 2024 IRP in, do you say 2029?
I clarified 2029. I don't know if
Okay.
he did.
And is the 2029 combined cycle effectively Jefferson Power Station?
That's right.
Now, when was that combined cycle actually identified in the IRP modeling?
So the prior IRP, the 2021 IRP, the preferred portfolio included a combined cycle in 2034. I recall all the futures included a combined cycle somewhere between 29 and 34, and the preferred portfolio that we went with had it in 34.
Okay, and so then why is there a need to manually insert it in the 2024 IRP?
Sure. So the world changed a lot between the 21 IRP and the 24. We had MISO resource adequacy reforms, and so what those did was, it was a combination of two effects. One being increasing the reserve margin requirement. So by doing that, even if your peak load doesn't change, the amount of reserves you have to carry increases, so your overall requirement increases. And it also decreased the capacity value of our existing resources. And so that those two combining factors advanced the timing of the need, as well as load growth that, we've seen just recently as well. And so I think with those factors together, going into the 24 IRP, looking at, your base portfolio, you have to have like a base portfolio to start from, and then it optimizes on top of that. So looking at that base portfolio, it was identified that we really need this resource in this time frame.
And did you conduct any modeling exercise for this proceeding that did not manually select Jefferson Power Station? In other words, let the model select what it wants?
That's right. So we've called it the supplemental modeling here. So it's kind of like a mini IRP. We took a conservative load forecast. We took out any resources that were not already approved. So I think the last resource in there would have been Lake Catherine 5. And took out anything else after that. And then updated to the current technology cost. And then let the model optimize. We let the model optimize as early as 2029. And, of course, the result was a combined cycle in 29 and then some solar and battery the years after that.
And based on your experience working with that modeling, why is it selecting the combined cycle?
It's the energy need. I think, the capacity need is there, but the, and other resources might be able to deal with capacity, but nothing else can meet both the combined capacity and energy need like the combustion turbine can.
Okay. The last issue that Mr. Lewis asked you about was the Lake Catherine 5 benchmark. Do you recall that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were a witness in that proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that benchmark ever presented by any witness?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what type of technology is Lake Catherine 5, if you'll remind us?
It's a combustion turbine?
Is that a simple cycle?
Yes.
How is that different from Jefferson Power Station?
So it operates in a peaking role in the portfolio. It's available for a portion of the year, somewhere 10 to 20% typically, as compared to the combustion turbine, which can be a base load. It can also operate as a load following resource and operates much, much more during the year, over 70%.
Okay, so I apologize. I think the record's going to be a little muddy there. I think you said it, and then you referred to the combustion turbine. So can you just clarify which
Yes.
one is the simple cycle and which one's the more efficient?
Yes, sorry about that. The CT, the simple cycle CT, like Lake Catherine 5, is a peaker and is intended to run as a peaker and provide capacity during 10 to 20% of the time, as compared to Jefferson, the combined cycle, 1x1 combined cycle resource, that operates more in a base load and even could be a load following resource operating much, 70% plus.
Okay. One last question on the benchmark. Do you know whether that benchmark was the same technology type as Lake Catherine 5? And I'm referring to the frame.
I'm trying to recall.
If you don't know,
It
that's
wouldn't
fine.
surprise me if it's not, but I can't confirm 100%.
Okay. All right, now let's go to Ms. McLean's questions. You noted that JPS fills both a capacity and an energy need. Can you elaborate on the importance of that energy need and how to satisfy it?
Sure. So meeting the capacity need is important, but meeting the energy need is also just as important. Customers need power throughout the year and need that available. I think we've all kind of agreed that relying on the market for capacity is not a good long-term solution. There's lots of risk, price exposure, availability. risk. It's not different for energy. There is a market, but relying on the market means that you're hoping that someone builds a resource that they don't need and they offer it into the market. That's not a great strategy. That doesn't provide energy security for customers. You need to make sure that you have the energy there when you need it, and it needs to be all year long, not just during portions of the year. It needs to be available all the time.
And is that more than a monetary consideration from your point of view?
Absolutely, it's a reliability concern. If that energy is not there, and that energy market gets settled every single day. It's not like capacity where it's a little bit longer term view. Energy is 24/7. It gets settled every day, and if that excess energy that you're hoping is there isn't there, there's no time. there's no opportunity to go try to find it. Maybe you import from outside of MISO. It does get very expensive, but I think to the question, and what's a bigger concern for me is that it's available, that it's there.
And in your modeling, have you tested this idea of reliance on the market?
The 24 IRP did that. We had the CTs that were added in the model, and then when you replace the CTs with the combined cycle and the benefits increased, that's a reflection of that exact effect. And of course, that's in a model where you don't have price volatility, and it's a very predictable and low cost future because it's all perfect foresight. But even in that case, the combined cycle benefits were higher, which I think demonstrates that.
Okay. And you mentioned that one of the reasons that you have an energy need is it's attributable to load growth, do you call that?
Yes.
All right. And in this load growth, describe for me what types of customers those are.
The load growth that we're seeing, that everybody across the country is seeing, are 24/7, energy hogs. It's not like, you have a residential or a commercial kind of load that it does get high in the summer afternoons and the winter mornings, but it kind of most of the time operates somewhere in the middle. These are up at 95% of their maximum 24/7. The weather doesn't matter, if renewables are available or not, nighttime, daytime, weekends, they run at full load all the time and just really consume a lot of energy.
Is that what some in the industry call a high load factor customer?
That's right. That's the 95% that I
Okay.
quoted.
To your knowledge, are your sister operating companies experiencing similar growth with high load factor customers?
Yes, they are.
And what types of resources are they planning to serve those customers?
A combined cycle.
Are those operating companies planning to serve your load or only their loads?
No, they are building just what they need. I'm not aware of any excess.
Okay. So now that you've identified what type of resource you need, can a White Bluff fuel conversion satisfy that energy need?
Not the energy part. No, it can't.
And what type of resource would you say a White Bluff fuel conversion would be relative to Jefferson Power Station? Supply role.
It would be more of a peaking resource. It would not be able to serve the base load resource like Jefferson. It could only be a peaker.
Okay, when you said did you mean White Bluff fuel conversion?
I'm sorry. Yes, the White Bluff fuel conversion can only operate in a peaking capacity.
All right. And then there was a question asked as to why consideration of a White Bluff fuel conversion was not evaluated earlier. From your perspective, why is that the case? As a resource planner.
From my perspective as a resource planner, that resource was not an option. Entergy didn't have the ability to do something like that, so it was not an option until the last few months.
Okay. Let me check my notes, sir. think that's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll go to commission questions. Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I make just as some new areas?
You come to the microphone, please. We live in a cave up here, okay?
Yes, that helps.
So it's hard for us to hear.
I'm just making the procedural objection that some new testimony has now come out, and I would ask that the opportunity for the other parties to limit recross to the redirect, as is traditional. Merely if there's, not to go afield, but they did ask a few things, and I think if the parties could ask questions in another round, then that's my request.
It's denied, but noted. Mr. Tate?
Questions?
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know you spent some time this morning testifying to the need, but could you clarify for me the exact need that's been identified that you anticipate serving with this new facility?
Sure. So we're seeing a capacity need starting as early as winter of '26. It's not as significant at that time, and we do see sufficient summer capacity until 2028. But once we get into the 2028 timeframe, we see a significant capacity need. And at the same time, we see the energy coverage of our existing portfolio not being enough to cover the energy requirements at that time. So by summer 2028, you start seeing, significant capacity and energy deficits.
Okay, summer of '28. And what is the in-service expected date of JPS?
November of '29.
Okay. I think there was testimony by one of the witnesses previously that the 2024 RFP was canceled. That's not accurate, right? You've received no bids in the 2024 RFP?
Correct. It was not canceled.
Okay.
We left it open. We received no bids and then ultimately closed it.
Can you tell me what the RFP in 2024 was specifically seeking?
Sure. So the scope of the RFP, I'll start there. Eligible transactions would have been acquisitions of existing gas resources, PPAs, tolling agreements, or capacity credit transactions. That was the scope of the RFP. It was seeking those resources for two purposes. One being needing something to meet the need that we were talking about while seeing that there was no new development in the queue. And so, the intention of getting an acquisition proposal that maybe could be compared against Jefferson, or getting a piece, even if it's a couple of years out of a PPA. We had, short as a season of capacity credits, or as short as, 3 to 5 years of a PPA or a tolling agreement. That would have been able to buy some time and extend out meeting that need. So I think that between the scope and the intent.
So why did you identify November 2026 within the scope as far as when that additional resources needed to be available in the RFP?
So with the timing of the RFP, how long, it would take to come to an agreement and get all of that, done, and then get approval. That was a reasonable timeline for the resource to start. And then also would be available to meet that need I was talking about, that started as soon as winter of '26.
So you discussed putting that RFP out to compare it to JPS to see what was in the market. Am I summarizing what you previously said accurately?
I think it could have extended the timeline had we been able to get a short term or, a few years of a PPA or a tolling agreement. But we wanted to cast a wide net. and maybe there was a resource that we could acquire that was out there. And so that category in particular would have been comparable to JPS. We just knew that there wasn't anything else out in the queue, so we included that in the RFP to try to be as broad as possible. But, you know, we of course didn't get any bids. So I'd say probably the main intent would have been to try to delay if we could get a shorter term.
So when was JPS identified as the expected resource to meet the need you've identified?
I'm trying to think. So prior to developing the 24 IRP, I don't know if I can get the exact time, but it would have been at least by early 2024, if I'm remembering. I'd have to look back.
So if a need was identified beginning in 26 and you got, well, if a need was identified in 26, explain to me exactly how JPS was selected as the preferable or optimal resource to meet that need when its in-service date isn't until the end of 29?
The need in 26 is limited to the winter season. We have sufficient summer capacity, and that's obviously the highest concern is summer peaks. There's a small deficit in winter 26 that I spoke about. It doesn't get to be of a significant size until 2028. And I think it says in my testimony that, you know, we would look to short-term type options to fill those needs. And of course, as you all know, the MISO requirements change every year. So that small 2026 need could get smaller, and, you know, just kind of depending on how the new studies every year for MISO come out. So that's just being one season and being smaller. I think that's manageable. I think the concern comes in 2028 when the need gets much bigger. And so, you know, exactly, again, when in 28, you know, we'll have updated forecasts between now and then, but JPS being able to take advantage of optimizing the interconnection rights and not having to secure real estate, not having to get in the MISO queue and be online and available in 2029 is just, it was the only thing that could accomplish all of those things.
So if the greater need isn't until end of 2028, why was the scope of the RFP so narrow to require something to be in service by 2026?
So if it was not already in the MISO queue at that point, there's no way that it could make the COD, you know, the time frame that we're talking about, 28, 29 time frame. You would have already had to have been in the MISO queue, just with how long that process takes. And so we can all look at the queue. There was nothing there. And so the idea was to try to cast a wide net of anything existing to see if even a piece of something might be available, just as an alternative to trying to find another new build, because we knew that the timeline for that new build just wasn't going to work.
If you're gonna have to go to the market to look for short-term resources anyways, with the JPS date of the end of 2029, wouldn't it have been prudent to look beyond that? I mean, you're gonna have to use short-term resources anyways. Why not cast a broader net in your RFP to see what's out there beyond just 26 or 28?
I'm trying to think through how that scope of that would work. So you mean,
Well, the scope of the RFP was pretty narrow. It asked specifically for gas acquisitions, I think some PPAs, right, by a very specific date, but it was both resource specific and time specific. If you want to see what else is out there, to compare it to what you guys had already identified as a potential solution to the capacity and energy need, why not cast a broader net to see truly what's out there
The acquisitions were limited to gas resources, but I recall that the technology types for the PPAs and tolling agreements were more broad.
But it's your testimony that only a combined cycle could meet both the energy and capacity need you guys have identified.
Right. That's the best solution. Yep.
And the driver of that is just growth? What is driving the capacity and the energy need?
The load forecast. So that's a combination of what existing customers and growth need. That's right.
So the retirement of the coal facilities didn't play into that need?
It would from a capacity standpoint. They don't contribute a lot of energy, so that didn't play into the energy need. But yeah, to your point, the capacity from those resources is removed from the model.
The load forecast, I think you specifically identified a certain type of customer that has a high load factor. Is this the only type of resource that can provide the energy or meet that specific need?
Yes, I mean, and especially in the time frame we're talking about. But yes, on its own, that's right.
So intermittent generation can't provide the need of those specific types of customers with a high load factor.
That's right. They're so limited.
I think that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Fielder, I'm going to shift gears just a little bit. In its order, the Public Utility Commission of Texas found Entergy Texas' consideration of alternative generation projects to be inadequate and imposed a hard cost cap. Witnesses in this docket have similarly raised concerns with the lack or alternative generation projects presented by EAL. Generally, with respect to the future generation projects, does EAL intend to issue RFPs to ensure consideration of alternative projects? Why or why not?
Sure. So, in fact, we currently have 2 open RFPs that were issued in 2025, one for renewables, solar, storage, and wind, for PPAs and owned resources. And then we also have an open combined cycle RFP, should be getting bids in later this year. So we're still doing RFPs. We've got the 2 right now going, and I don't see any reason we wouldn't continue to do those RFPs.
And explain to me one more time, and I may have missed it. What was the time frame on those 2?
So
They're both currently open,
sorry.
and is there an end date?
So the renewable RFP was earlier. Bids have been received, so the submission period has closed for that one. We are evaluating those proposals. When it closes is not entirely certain, because it will depend on how long it takes to negotiate and get everyone's approvals for those resources. But with selections in the first quarter of 2026, by mid-year, I would expect the renewable to be pretty much complete.
You said mid-2026?
Yes, sorry. But again, that's subject to how long it takes to work out the commercial agreements. And then the other one is the 2025 CCCT RFP. We have not yet received bids. I believe that submission window closes towards the end of November. And then it'll probably...
November of 25?
Yes, sorry. So the proposal submission window would end late November 2025, which would put put our selections in early 2026, and then again, how long it takes us. I think we're currently targeting late third quarter, early fourth quarter to complete that one as well, of 2026.
Anybody have any follow-up on that? I'm going to change course again. Okay. All right, let's shift again just a little bit. In your opinion, what is the difference between an independent evaluator and an independent monitor?
In my experience, I'm not on the development side like Mr. Rui says, but through RFPs, I've worked with lots of independent monitors, and in my experience, they're not as involved, maybe in the technical details, but they're very close into process, data protections. They monitor communications between bidders, evaluators, and then across evaluation teams. So they're very involved in kind of overseeing the whole process as an independent monitor. I don't have any direct experience with an independent evaluator to be able to really compare them.
Okay, and in your opinion, should they be used to oversee the RFP process?
I think it's helpful. We of course have always done them in my experience. They're helpful in ensuring that everything is very fair. They kind of represent a bidder in a way because they make sure that there's everything's being evaluated on a fair playing field and that information isn't going where it shouldn't go. So I find it valuable.
Okay. Let me see if I've got anything else. Just a minute. Chairman, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fielding, I have just a few questions. You may have tried to answer these, but maybe I didn't understand your answer, okay? Did Entergy do a cost comparison for the conversion of White Bluff to another source other than coal? Has it done a cost comparison?
For example, like converting to something other than natural gas?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did it do a cost comparison for converting to natural gas?
That is currently under development.
Now, the order was entered, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you're not an attorney, I don't think you are.
No.
In 2018, and we are now, that's correct, right? 2018? The federal order? Thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 6-7 years ago. I would think that Entergy's better at planning for the future than waiting till the last minute to do a study. Why wait? Why don't we have the answer to that today?
Entergy did not have the ability.
Don't tell me that you didn't have access to the property because you were an owner, a partial owner of both it and at Independence. And you could have gained access, so why didn't you do the study?
To my knowledge, that because of the co-ownership, that Entergy would not have been able to execute a project like that without the exclusive rights.
That's your understanding, but do you know that? Was access sought and denied?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware that access was sought?
I don't know if it was. No, that would be outside of resource planning.
Is the present, if the present White Bluff continued to burn coal, would it meet the energy needs into 2026 and 27? Let's say nothing changed and it continued just to pump away and burn coal, would it meet the energy needs?
In 2026 and 2027?
Yes.
Yes, and that's how we have it modeled.
Okay. How about 28? How about 29? How about 30?
I think with the operational, the capacity factor being down at the 30% level, for many years now, I don't think there's any way that it could meet it on its own.
Okay. But you're not an engineer, right?
That's right.
I know that the EPA is considering an extending of allowing plants to burn coal for an additional 3-4 years. I'm expecting that order to come out shortly. Okay? Has Entergy taken any steps to seek permission to continue to burn coal there?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know that I would be. That's outside of
Okay.
my role.
I'm just asking you this so other people will know that the question's coming. Okay? Why did Entergy wait this long, knowing that they were going to have to retire? Why do you wait 8 years to take action?
And by take action,
Come up with a substitute resource.
okay. Well, when we were sitting in 2021, like the 2021 IRP, everything that we knew at that time was showing that we wouldn't need this resource until into the 2030s. The preferred portfolio identified 2034. Different portfolio, different futures that moved around, but where we landed was we wouldn't need it until 2034. And then very, very quickly in 23 and 24, while working on the 24 IRP, the world changed very rapidly. The growth is an important factor there, as well as the MISO resource adequacy reforms that had the effect of both increasing our requirement and decreasing the value of our existing portfolio. And so very quickly, everything showed that we didn't have until 2034 when we thought we did. And so that moved it up to 2029 just recently.
Has Entergy evaluated a conversion of the Independence facility from coal to gas?
Not that I'm aware of.
I have no further questions. You have any further questions?
I have one follow-up. Ms. Fielder, we talked about an independent monitor or evaluator for the RFP process. Should an independent monitor, I know that you say you have experience simply with monitors, correct? So I'm going to use the monitor.
Okay.
Evaluator's still part of the question, but should an independent monitor be in place to oversee the JPS project as a whole?
I don't know that I'm in a position to maybe speak for the whole company on that. But from my view, I don't know of an issue or any concern with that.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Would you all support a neutral audit of that project?
I'm not sure. I would think that would be something that we could support probably. I would have to probably confirm with others. It's probably not just up to me, but yes.
We can ask others too. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to follow up on a couple of questions I think the chairman asked. The settlement with Sierra and the other parties happened in 2018. Is that your recollection?
I think that's what yeah.
I think I asked the question previously, and I may have been a little too generous in the timeline. I think the settlement was filed, excuse me, I think the lawsuit was filed and a settlement filed within roughly 24 hours of each other. Is that your recollection as well?
I don't get very involved in that side of things, but I'm sure that's
Okay.
right.
So do you know when discussions with the settling parties began about the potential retirement of that facility? Because I have a hard time believing it happened within that brief period of time between the filing of the lawsuit and the settlement.
I don't know if maybe Mr. Bethel could speak to that. I just really was not involved in that at
Okay.
all.
If we use the 2018 date,
Okay.
you said an analysis is currently underway of converting the White Bluff facility. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what has changed between 2018 and now that you feel you can do an analysis when you couldn't before?
Having the co-owner agreement resolved, I want to say it was July of this year, but earlier this year when it was clear that that would be something that Entergy would be able to do.
But that agreement hasn't been approved yet, correct?
You would know better than I would. Yes, I think that's correct.
And as far as you're aware, no discussions were had with the other parties you seem to suggest you were unable to do an analysis before an agreement was made with the other parties, and I'm not clear on why that is, and it doesn't appear that Entergy sought permission if it needed it, or why they were not able to do an analysis of converting one or both of the plants prior to this agreement.
That's the direction that I have, that, we wouldn't have done an analysis if it was not something that we would have been able to accomplish or execute. And then once we did, then the diligence began.
So you didn't think it was a possibility that you would end up with one or with sole ownership of one of the plants?
From my view, but that, I'm just a resource planner, so I just have to work with what I had at that time.
So if you're currently analyzing that prospect, when did that analysis begin?
In the last few months, third quarter of 2025.
And how long does that analysis take, or do you project it'll take?
My expectation is that we'll have some results by second quarter of 2026.
Second quarter of 26. And you're analyzing converting both units at White Bluff or just one?
Both are being evaluated.
Okay. Last question. It's your testimony, though, that even if White Bluff is converted, it is not a comparable resource to the combined cycle plant for what you guys need, both capacity and energy. Is that correct?
Right, and that's important. I think we need Jefferson. We need that combined cycle baseload resource now. I think there could be a place for a peaker like the White Bluff conversion in the portfolio. But the more time sensitive issue is getting that energy providing resource. And so that's been, the focus, as far as timing goes, but there's room in the portfolio for both. And I think having a diverse complement of resources there at that site is a great solution.
Thank you.
There we go.
Are you aware if any of the co-owners of White Bluff conducted a conversion study?
I'm not aware if they have or not.
You're not aware, but they could have and you not be aware of it, correct?
That could be. I don't really coordinate with the co-owners much at all.
Okay. Why do you think White Bluff can serve as a peaker?
Sure. So, to the existing units, operate, in the 30% or so capacity factor range. We've looked at other conversions that have been done or are in the process of being done, and they show a pretty substantial drop in that value once it's converted. I don't see any reason that the White Bluff units would be different. Of course, the diligence is not done yet, but best case, you're still at 30%, but probably more likely down in a 10% kind of range.
I find it interesting that you're pretty sure that it can be converted to a peaker, but you're not pretty sure that it can be converted to base load. Why is that?
I'm not the engineer, so Mr. Ruiz would probably
I'm
give
just
you a
going by
better
your-
technical advance, but I'll say what I know.
I'm just going by your testimony,
Yeah.
okay? I have no further questions. You may stand down, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess, okay? We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Be seated, please. You want to call Amy Morris, Mr. Breedlove? Thank you.
Miss Amy Morris, and she's been sworn, and you already admitted her testimony, so we'll tender her for examination.
Thank you. Ms. McQueen, you have any questions for Ms. Morris?
We have waived for Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
No questions? Madam, Mr. Attorney General? Or Madam Attorney General? Whichever one of y'all it is, okay? Thank you. Mr. Oh, I love that. Because it's getting close to lunchtime, okay? Ms. Anderson, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions.
Mr. Tate, you have any questions?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any questions.
I have about 30 minutes worth of questions, but I'm going to waive them. So you may stand down.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would hate to stay and wait in front of lunch.
Thank you. We're going to try and go with make it through the next witness. So if you'd call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Entergy Arkansas calls Brad Cullifer. And with the understanding that his testimony has already been admitted into the record, we would tender him for questions.
Thank you. Ms. McQueen, any questions?
We have also waived for this witness as well.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Mr. Manis? Very good. Mr. Tate, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
We've had some discussion previously about the capacity for interconnection at the White Bluff site. I believe that number was 1659. Is that your understanding? Okay. I'm not as familiar with the MISO process, so can we walk through a little bit how that compares to the nameplate capacity of the facilities there? I know there was discussion about trying to use that full interconnection capacity, and that's why you're looking at both the JPS facility, a solar facility also connected at that interconnection, and potentially a peaker. So I think it was discussed that if you're looking at just nameplate, all of that is going to exceed what is at that interconnection, what is allowed at that interconnection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we approve this plant and you guys come back to us with a conversion at White Bluff, how will that 1659 limitation at that interconnection affect the accreditation of that White Bluff conversion?
Right now, we're investigating using what MISO has is called the surplus interconnection service, where you can interconnect more gross output generation than your interconnection service rights so that you can optimize the different resources. And as kind of what Candace explained earlier, you know, some of those resources, say you got JPS, Cypress, gas conversion, you know, they won't all be running during this at the same time at peak output that would go above that 1659. So nighttime, daytime, you might see solar output and when conversion would not, things like that. But the model they optimized showed that, you know, 1659, if we can investigate the MISO surplus option and get that submittal, if it's approved, utilize that and stacking all the resources under the 1659. And that's what we're investigating right
So
now.
that process is quicker than going through like the generation interconnection queue, correct?
That's correct.
How quick does that process occur?
Less than a year.
So you talked about all those resources wouldn't be operating at the same time, but feasibly there could be a situation where all of those resources might be needed at the same time, but you guys would be limited based on that interconnection on what could be pushed onto the grid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how is accreditation done at the MISO level for those dispatchable units? Is it performance-based? And I guess that goes back to my previous question. If you guys are limited at that interconnection, at least looking at nameplate, is that not going to affect the accreditation of that White Bluff conversion if it is limited in its ability to run based on what else is connected to the interconnection?
I am not the expert on accreditation, but I think that the capacity factor is assumed to be low, so it's assumed that it won't be running, the conversions won't be running daily, or they're going to be looked at as peakers, like Candace mentioned earlier, Ms. Fielder mentioned earlier. So I can't answer that question. I don't think with certainty, because that's just outside my scope.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson,
No questions, thank you.
you may stand down. Thank you, sir.
I apologize. I did have one additional question. Do you mind?
Oh, yeah.
What was the process you discussed about seeking? Is surplus?
Surplus interconnection service.
Have you guys explored the process for actually getting additional capacity at that interconnection?
We are exploring submitting to the DPP, MISO DPP process, and getting incremental interconnection service.
Do you have an idea in what amount?
We are exploring, for example, a full conversion unit, say one by itself, 800 plus megawatts, 830-ish megawatts. We're exploring that.
So upgrading that interconnection from 1,600 to 2,400?
At 830-something increase, that's correct.
Okay. And you would need that full amount even if you were converting it just to a peaker?
We're just exploring
Okay.
of what type of upgrades that might be triggered if we did that.
And what's the process that you go through for that?
You make an actual submittal to the MISO DPP process, their application.
And the current timeline for that?
2021, for example, DPP, I think, has taken over 1,000 days. So it depending on the size of the queue that you enter into, it could take very well that long again.
Yeah, so it could take a few years to get that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson? Nothing? Nothing further? You may stand down. Mr. Goodwin, call your next witness.
EAL calls Brad Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
And again, with the understanding that his all of his testimony and exhibits are already admitted, we would tender him for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Ms. McQueen?
No questions.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Madam Attorney General? No questions. Ms.
No
Anderson?
questions, no questions.
Okay. Aren't you glad you've just sat here and enjoyed this all day?
Been pretty interesting.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Tate?
I don't, Chairman. Thank you.
You may stand down.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You know, the next witness is going to take some time, but we don't have a lot of time, so we probably should start with this Mr. Ruiz, okay? So call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. EAL calls Carlos Ruiz. And Mr. Ruiz, just so the court reporter gets your name and address correct, would you please state your name and business address?
Carlos Ruiz, 2907 Research Forest, The Woodlands.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any additions, clarifications, corrections, or otherwise to your testimony filed here?
Yes, I do. On Thursday, we Commissioner Tate brought up an exhibit of a legend filing from Texas. That was my original filing. I did submit on my rebuttal testimony an updated dollar figure that it's $1.6 billion. Just clarifying.
Mr. Ruiz, we are going to need you to pull that mic closer to you, please, and make sure you're speaking into it so that we can hear you and that they can hear you over the video as well. Thank you.
Did you hear that answer, Commissioner? Do we need to? Okay, why don't you repeat that answer?
Yes, that, that's loud.
No, that's all right.
That's much better.
Yeah.
We
That's
like
where
it.
that's where we need you.
All right,
yes.
perfect. So last week, Commissioner Tate brought up an exhibit on filing on Texas from my testimony, and that was my original testimony. I did submit an update to that table on my rebuttal testimony that shows the actual number that was for that filing, which is 1.6 billion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Tender him for cross.
Thank you. Mi- Yeah, here, Ms. McQueen.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, doing well.
Do I understand that your title is basically VP of New Generation? Is that New Power Generation?
My title is Vice President of Power Development, and focus in new generation.
And that there's others within Entergy Services that would have a focus on something other than new generation, for example?
With the title of Vice President?
Just asking you about the structure of new build review versus just power procurement review, such as what you just seemed to say you were in charge of. Sorry,
I'm not sure I understand your question.
okay. When are you in charge of just power generation acquisition in general for Entergy Services?
No. My responsibility is I'm Vice President of the Power Development Group. What we do is develop any new power plant for the corporation with focus on either gas or renewables. We don't handle nuclear. After the group develops the power, the projects, we pass those to capital projects for them to execute.
And so, so this group that you negotiate for the other OPCOs as well as Arkansas?
When you're referring to negotiate, when we're developing the power plants?
Yes, just the bids, or just as you're negotiating the contracts for the power plants, for example?
Yes, when we are developing the power plants, our responsibility is to develop for all OPCOs.
And so this specifically, you would be representing Entergy Arkansas, is that right?
For this filing, yes, it represents Entergy Arkansas.
For Jefferson Power Station, when you're engaging in those negotiations, do you specifically represent Entergy Arkansas?
That's correct.
And do you feel like you also have an obligation to any of the other OPCOs or other companies that are served by Entergy Services?
That's my job, yes. I have a responsibility as Entergy Services for all OPCOs.
But in the course of the negotiations, which OPCO are you specifically looking out for, I guess is what I'm asking.
In the case of Jefferson Power, I'm negotiating for Entergy Arkansas.
And have you negotiated for Entergy Arkansas the kind of self-bid agreements that you've provided to other OPCOs in the Entergy territories?
Not sure I understand what you mean by self-build agreement.
This is a self-build proposition, is it not?
It is a self-build for Entergy Arkansas, correct? Yes.
All right. And so in the course of developing that, you're doing the negotiations associated with what it looks like to be a self-build?
What it looks like to build the power plant. Not sure I understand what you mean by.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out who within Entergy are you talking to and figuring out how to get it done at the same time that you're figuring out how to get it done for the least cost. to the ratepayer?
I'm still not following. Are you asking, do I work with Entergy Arkansas to put together what their requests or requirements are to build Jefferson Power?
Yes.
Then yes, I work with Entergy Arkansas to put together the self-build offering.
Okay, and then the other parties that you're negotiating with to get the best deal for Jefferson Power Station are who?
So, not sure I understand. I think that you're asking who do I work with to put together the Jefferson Power project, and in that case, multiple entities. I work with a consortium that in this case it is TIC and Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi provides the power island equipment. TIC will be providing the engineering and construction services. In addition to that, we have other items that we work on, including gas, water, interconnection. So when we're putting together and negotiating, we negotiate with multiple parties, but those are the biggest ones.
And the bulk of that would be the EPC contractor negotiations?
Correct. The consortium is the EPC contract.
And have you worked with them before in other contracts?
Yes, although this consortium is different than in other contracts. In my Sir testimony, I provided an update that even though we started with a consortium of 3 partners, because of the amount of work that we have and they have, the consortium came back and offered an alternative that we would focus the engineering from TIC. So this consortium is 2 parties instead of 3 that we have on previous projects.
So you normally would have 3 parties, but now you're down to 2 and you've worked with them before? Does that summarize it?
Yes.
And are you worked with them before for other OPCOs in the Entergy system?
For other OPCOs and Entergy Arkansas, they're the same consortium that we are using for Lake Catherine.
And is it your professional opinion you've gotten the best deal that you could for Arkansas that you got for the other OPCOs in those negotiations?
It is, in my opinion, that the Jefferson Power is the best solution that we can provide for our Entergy Arkansas with the current consortium model. We utilize a couple of mechanisms to prove that, including a EPC RFP that we use in ELL and a Power Island RFP that we use for Legend. In addition to that, we did have a Power Island RFP even before that in 2020 that we used for OCAPS. So we also submitted Legend, Lone Star, and Franklin Farms 1 and 2 as RFPs that were all selected. So I do think that this is a real competitive model, and it's actually the most beneficial. And if you look at my SIR, I have a list of projects that we compare or benchmark against that are with similar technology, one by ones, similar in service date or even earlier in service days. And you can see how the dollar per kW of Jefferson Power, it's actually lower than the other 4 or 5 comparisons. So yes, I believe this is the most competitive offering that I can put together for Jefferson Power.
As a new build, if that's what you're to put at the plant.
Yes.
And have you also compared, or are you involved with the looking at other alternatives and the cost and how to implement that as for power development, such as ceasing to use coal but to convert to gas for one or both units?
I am not in the part of ceasing to use coal. The EAL has asked Power Development to analyze the conversion, and my group is responsible for that analysis. As mentioned before by Ms. Fielder, we are in the process of that evaluation. We expect that we'll have that completed by Q2 of next year. But as she also mentioned, that is a lower capacity factor unit than Jefferson Power. As I said earlier, I do represent all the other OPCOs. And on the other OPCOs, we've been developing combined cycle because right now, especially if you're trying to meet the demand of the hyperscaler or the load growth that we're seeing across our service territory, they're not looking for peakers. They're looking for 9999 reliability and base loads, and that is only served in today's market by either a combined cycle or a combined cycle, nothing else. It is the only other technology that could potentially serve that is not readily available right now, which is SMRs, and it's our opinion that it's going
Just
to
to
be
clarify, that's a small nuclear reactor.
small modular reactor, which that technology we expect that is going to be more in the mid 30s, 2035 plus.
So you do believe that maybe that technology would be available by 2035?
We are similar to coal. We got a group that is analyzing that. That is not my responsibility. But all indications is that the earliest is going to be 35.
And so you mentioned the combined cycle units. Are there not combined cycle units at the El Dorado power plant that are owned by OPCOs besides Arkansas?
I'm not familiar on the ownership structure of El Dorado, so I can't help you on that one. Ms. Fielder or Mr. John could actually probably answer those.
Mr. Bethel?
Mr. Bethel,
Yes.
thank you.
But in the event that units were to be, new power was to be brought into Arkansas, but it was a unit that is owned by Entergy Louisiana, let's just say, like at the El Dorado power plant, meaning you have two OPCOs own two different units at the same site, who would do the negotiations regarding transferring ownership back into Arkansas, for example, of those units?
Probably Mr. Bethel would be able to answer that. I'm not sure how the negotiations go with shared ownerships and between the OPCOs. As I mentioned earlier, my responsibility in Entergy is to develop new power plants, so co-ownership doesn't fall in my purview.
Are you aware of any kind of discussions like that to
I am
meet
not.
Arkansas's need by way of existing Arkansas resources?
I am not.
In Arkansas. No. Are you aware of any efforts to meet the needs, proffered needs, I should say, by use of extending the life of the units to burn coal in any way?
I'm assuming you're asking about White Bluff, and if you're asking if I know if there's any efforts on extending the life of White Bluff by using coal, I do not know of that. Again, my responsibilities fall on the development of new power plants. That would be a Mr. Bethel question.
All right, and just to make sure I'm clear, you're the Vice President of Power Development for Entergy Services, and you report to the Chief Operating Officer of Entergy Services?
That's correct.
All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In your direct testimony, you claimed that the PI components in the EPC contract were the result of competitive solicitation. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if that's how it's stated on my testimony, but our yes, our components, our offer is tied to the PI RFP and the ELL EPC RFP.
Okay. And you claim that a portion of the project, the PI components in the EPC contract, make up a large portion of the total project cost. Is that correct?
Yes, the EPC contract, which takes into consideration both components, it in the case of JPS is 80% of the overall project cost, which Right now, it's in the final stages of negotiation. We expect to be able to have that finalized by the end of this week. I'll pause there. I was about to share some sensitive information, so I'll pause there.
Okay, thank you. On page 19 of your direct testimony, you include as an exhibit the OEM RFP. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that? That in my testimony, I'm sharing the OEM RFP?
Yes, as an exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. And this exhibit is EAL Direct Exhibit CR4, which starts on page 63 of your direct. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your?
Yes.
And does that include the exhibits with it?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Okay.
No, it doesn't have the exhibits.
Okay. I've got a copy. Just bear with me, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
No problem. Take your time.
Mr. Lewis, what exhibit did you say we're looking at?
Right now, we are looking at EAL Direct Exhibit CR4, and it's
CR4, okay.
starting on page 64. And I'm about to, this is labeled as HSPI, and I'm going to ask a number of questions regarding the exhibit. I would ask that the room be cleared, if that would be
We're going to need to
permissible.
go in Cameron, so if you have not signed an affidavit, please step outside. Court reporter will note that we're doing
Okay, I'll continue.
Proceed.
Okay. Mr. Rees, I believe the attorney, well, let me focus on the thing you just mentioned a few minutes ago, which were the 5 other projects.
Suspend just a moment. We should not be, we're not back.
Yeah, we're done with HSPI.
I thought, you're done
I'm
with
done
it?
with HSPI, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, very good.
And you were saying, what you were saying is that you think you'll be done with your redirect.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Okay.
Thank you. I misunderstood. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Rees, I believe a few minutes ago you mentioned that you had provided 5 other project cost estimates to compare to JPS. Are you aware that any other party in this docket has addressed those in testimony or offered a other different comparison to determine relative cost of JPS?
Not necessarily any other comparison relative to JPS. There was a NREL data that was that we discussed or that was shared that even though the process of the way that the NREL data is compiled is accurate, the data is obsolete as far as it doesn't reflect current today's market.
And the 5 projects, I take it to believe is it correct that the 5 projects you've offered in your sir, and rebuttal testimonies accurately reflect the price of the market today?
It does, although I do have concerns with 2 of them that I think that are actually going to be higher than what they're proposing because it's an estimate and not like we have an actual negotiated price. So it is today's market, but you gotta, whenever you're reading those filings and those projects details, it is important to identify and understand how the dollar figure was compiled and the accuracy of the estimate. And I believe that, that not only are we showing that we're competitive, and some of those are going to be actually higher than what they've reported.
Is it accurate that some of those 5 comparable projects have not disclosed interconnection costs they may have to incur?
Yeah, that's correct. We compared all those jobs to try to do it as apples to apples comparison as we could. And there are just like ours, it doesn't have the network upgrades, even though some of them will require.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Redirect is concluded. We're going to break for lunch. We will be back here at 1 o'clock with commissioner questions, Mr. Rees. And so we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
Chairman, I think the questions I have are going to be related to HSPI, so I don't know if either of you have some non-HSPI questions you want to ask first, or if we need to go ahead and have those that haven't signed affidavits step out of the room.
Let's go ahead and go in. Cameron, if you've not signed an affidavit, you get to step out of the room again. We'll stop live streaming. The court reporter will note who has flights? Mr. Rez, Ms. Fielding? Do we have any? I'll tell you what, yeah, just give us a moment. We'd kind of like Ms. Fielding to stay here all week and vacation here.
Chairman, if I may,
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
if I may, I think what I would propose is we take a very brief break, maybe 5 minutes. I want to accommodate your request and allow your witnesses to go, but I want to make sure we may need to call Ms. Fielder back up just for a question or two, and then we'll be able to
Let's
let
take a
them go.
15-minute break. So we'll be in recess until 2:15. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin, your request is denied. We're so close to wrapping this up. I have to catch a plane at 4 a.m., and we will be through before I catch that plane, okay? I anticipate us getting through almost by normal time today, so.
Mr.
And you know,
Chairman,
now we have to work till 5 o'clock. So keep that in mind. I believe you had a question, Mr. Tate.
Yeah, one administrative issue before we move on to the next witnesses. Ms. Bennett or Mr. Goodwin, I'm sure which one is the appropriate one to respond to this, but Mr. Ruiz and I discussed at length a chart in the HSPI that identifies a number of projects or potential projects for Arkansas. That is redacted. I'd like you to think about and provide a justification for keeping that redacted. And we can discuss it at the end of the hearing. And if that needs to remain HSPI, that's fine, but as it stands now, it's redacted, so we cannot even see the projects that have been identified.
It may be something that under the exception we can share with commission only. I'll
Okay.
have to investigate. It may not be something we can share with others at this time. So we'll talk about it and we'll get you a response.
So I'm not familiar with a process for that. Is there a process in place you're familiar with where information can be shared with just the commission?
For instance, under the privilege rules, there is an exception for the adjudicator.
Okay,
Eyes, and we can see if we can proceed in that way.
okay.
So we'll talk and we'll see what we can do.
Is that something we can discuss before we wrap up today?
Perhaps if there's another break, we can,
I anticipate
together.
we'll have to have another break at some point. but
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, call your witness.
Thank you. The Southern Renewable Energy Association calls Simon Mahan, our executive director. Mr. Mahan, did you file direct and sir rebuttal testimony in this docket?
I did.
And is the testimony still the same?
It is.
Thank you. We submit our witness for a cross-examination.
Thank you. Energy? Yes, Mr.
EAL has no cross.
Thank you. Ms. McQueen? No cross. Ms. Chandler? No cross. Mr. Manis? No cross. Ms. Anderson?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mahan.
Good afternoon.
I'd like clarification on the point you made in your testimony that you don't think this qualifies as a strategic investment. Can you clarify that for me as to why you don't think it qualifies?
The facility has been under my view, under discussion and planning for quite some time. I think there have been a fair number of witnesses who have described an understanding that White Bluff was going to get turned into something at some point in the future already. Entergy hasn't identified a particular customer that this facility has been designated for. I know earlier today there's been a little bit of discussion around hyperscalers and the need to provide significant amounts of capacity and energy to those facilities. But as I read the testimony, this facility is not designated for hyperscalers. It has been designated for a number of customers. And so that's kind of the high level view here, is we've not seen a clear need for the facility for a specific customer or a specific customer class.
So when you say it hasn't been designated for a specific customer or specific customer class, do you mean they're not paying for it? What do you mean it hasn't been designated? They've not tied the two together?
Yeah, that's right. Well, and so for instance, my understanding, for instance, with the Cypress Solar facility, that facility is meant to be designated for the Google data facility. As far as I can tell, we've not received any sort of designation that JPS is meant to serve Google or an industrial customer or anybody else aside from the general set of the rate base, even though the company has come up here and talked about the need to serve power for hyperscalers.
So I think you were in the room for some of this testimony. There has been testimony that part of the need that at least the utility has claimed for this specific type of generation is for data centers. Would you agree with that? That that's at least what has been testified to?
I think until you directly tie, there's kind of two components here. One is there's the physics of the grid, where when you plug in a generator, it will serve many customers, but then there's the contractual rate making side of things. And as far as we can tell, or as far as I can tell, there's not a direct connection between JPS and a particular customer or rate class.
So it's been a little while since I've read through the entirety of the Generating Jobs Act, but I don't recall, and maybe you can point me to a section that requires it to be directly tied to a project for generation to be eligible for the rider.
I would need to go back through and look for it myself, but my understanding is it's meant to, the Generating Jobs Act is designed to draw in economic development for the state, provide for new jobs, for new opportunities, for almost as a way to attract new businesses. But again, it seems like JPS has been in the planning stage for a while. And with that, it seems like we are using the strategic rider provisions of the Generating Jobs Act for a facility that would normally go through a typical CECPN process that would have more opportunities for investigation for the value of that sort of facility.
In your testimony, you stated, and correct me if this is not accurate, that you don't think JPS should be allocated 100% to Entergy's retail customers. Is that accurate?
I don't recall if I've said that specifically. Do you have a line in mind?
Well, I think I'd have to probably pull the issues list, because I think the issues list points to your direct and serve rebuttal testimony. I guess my question is, do you think JPS should be allocated 100% to Entergy's retail customers?
It's a good question, and part of it, I feel if we had access to the trade secret materials, I could possibly better answer that question. To this date, I still haven't seen cost assumptions for the facility, and so I can't opine. I do know the Attorney General's witness did talk about how solar power is a better investment. And so I think that discussion of JPS, I can't answer it with the information I have right now.
So I guess I'm not clear on what is your proposed alternative if it's not allocated to Entergy's retail customers.
Our primary focus in this docket is the process that Entergy went through in order to identify JPS as their preferred choice was not a thoroughly robust process. And so I think if we were to go through a solid competitive solicitation process, update the integrated resource planning, the modeling that was done, have JPS bid into a competitive solicitation with other technologies, then we could determine whether or not this facility is a good fit for what Arkansas needs. And so without those fixes in the competitive procurement evaluation and the integrated resource planning process, I think it's premature to say how we should split the pie on who ends up paying for JPS. And as a quick reminder, our intervention in this docket was limited and stated that SREA, the Southern Renewable Energy Association, we are not here on behalf of ratepayers. And so our testimony was really focused heavily on the competitive procurement and the ability to serve reliable power.
So you talk about the issues with the process and a more robust solicitation. What does that look like?
Well, so in a more robust solicitation, you would have the ability for multiple generation technologies to bid in. As was earlier discussed, the 2024 RFP that Entergy ran was for existing natural gas generation within Arkansas that could provide power, I think, by the end of 2026. And they were looking for contracts in the range of 3 to 10 years with a preference for 5. And so the company received no bids in that solicitation, and JPS as an option could not have even bid into that resource solicitation. And so, for instance, we have members that are evaluating solar, battery, wind, solar plus battery resources. None of those technologies were allowed to bid into that RFP. And so all of these resources, according to MISO, have capacity accreditation value. They can provide both capacity and energy, which are two things that we've been discussing here. And so when you artificially limit which technologies can bid into an RFP, you're going to get fewer and fewer and ultimately no proposals. And so having a broader view on the solicitation at the get-go is our preference and our recommendation. And as I said in the testimony, it's my belief that there is a possibility that the company could run a competitive solicitation, a new one, that is adequately broad that JPS could bid into, and you could potentially still meet the deadlines that the company is viewing for construction of JPS, if that happens to be the winner of the proposals.
As part of your organization, are you familiar with the RFP process and some of our neighboring jurisdictions, specifically other jurisdictions that Entergy has operating companies?
Predominantly Louisiana, there's a market-based mechanism that is their RFP process. And then here more recently, we've been pretty heavily engaged with RFPs in Georgia as well.
Okay. What protections or what requirements do they have as part of that process in Louisiana that you see absent here?
In Louisiana, for instance, with the market-based mechanism, there's usually an opportunity for stakeholders to provide feedback on an RFP before it's finalized. And so, for instance, we can provide feedback of red lines regarding the bodies of the RFP, the proposed contracts, the timelines, who all is allowed to bid in, length of contract type. Really, we are allowed to provide feedback and comments in that RFP process, whereas here in Arkansas, we don't necessarily have that same right. Here in Arkansas, there is currently a renewable RFP. They do have the ability to email, I think they call it a market monitor, with feedback on the RFP, but there's no As far as I know, no sharing of those comments back to commission staff, for instance, for their feedback on how reasonable those recommendations are. We submitted in a very brief comment into the most recent RFP. I received no feedback from the independent evaluator. Nothing has changed. And so even though I might be able to email the market evaluator here in Arkansas, there's no real enforcement mechanism for the commission to come in and then, as far as I can tell, fix the RFPs before they're underway.
Is it typical in those jurisdictions you're familiar with for the RFPs to be resource specific?
In some cases, yes. In others, not. It has been broadened. So Georgia, for instance, they are seeing very significant data center growth. And so the company, Georgia Power, is looking to serve not only the energy, but also the capacity side of power production. And so one of the latest RFPs that has occurred from Georgia Power, they called an all-source capacity RFP, enabled natural gas facilities, battery facilities, and solar facilities with batteries to bid in. And so it much more closely approaches a all technology opportunity for folks to bid in. They don't have much in terms of wind resources in Georgia, and whereas Arkansas, we have much better wind resources. But in Georgia, there are RFPs where you are more capable of comparing gas, solar, batteries against one another.
Did you hear, were you in the room today when testimony was presented that intermittent generation couldn't meet the need of these data centers?
I believe I was.
And do you agree with that?
I don't.
Why?
So within Arkansas, of course, we're within the regional transmission organizations. You have both MISO and SPP that are designed to ensure that the power needed on an hour-by-hour basis is available. And so it's not Entergy's responsibility to serve a baseload customer solely on their own anymore. MISO and SPP are there to help ensure the adequacy on an hour-by-hour basis. As I was mentioning earlier, wind, solar, and battery resources do receive capacity accreditation from MISO on a seasonal basis, winter, spring, summer, fall. It is, of course, not 100% of nameplate, but neither are the gas resources. It is some decrement of nameplate capacity. And so our position is that a mixture of generation resources can fulfill the reliability needs of the utility, potentially at a cheaper cost, while also providing a hedge against natural gas prices and potential reliability risks associated with heavily depending on natural gas resources. And so you would typically see that sort of conglomeration of a variety of resources put together in an integrated resource plan. That's what the IRP can be helpful with, is pulling multiple generation types together to find a truly optimized system.
But you're talking about replacing dispatchable generation with intermittent generation.
And again, as part of my testimony, there might be need for things like a combustion turbine. And if you look at many of the integrated resource plans over the past several years, typically, based on my judgment, what ends up happening is the integrated resource plans tend to pick a fairly small combustion turbine mixed with wind, solar, and batteries in order to better diversify the fleet and serve a reliable, low-cost system. And so
Would the RFP that was issued in 2024 that got no bids allow for a combination of
It did not.
generation like that to meet the need?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. In your testimony, you mentioned that Entergy has known about the retirement of White Bluff for nearly a decade. What do you mean by that? Are you just referring to the settlement date back in 2018?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. You also discussed Entergy should have explored the pay for use of or the sale of the White Bluff interconnection. Are you familiar with that being done in other states, or has it been done in another state?
I'm not, but part of the testimony provided by Entergy was that they were approached by an unsolicited offer to work with the White Bluff facility. And I think Mr. Bethel's rebuttal testimony mentioned that high voltage direct current transmission line potentially interconnecting at that site. It is an asset, right? It is a physical asset that Entergy owns that if they so choose, they could evaluate options to sell that asset. And as I mentioned in my testimony, having an interconnection site is a valuable thing, which is why certainly Entergy and the cooperatives are eager to maintain the White Bluff and Independence point of interconnection. But the question I pose is there someone out there that would be willing to pay a premium for those sites so that Entergy could then select some other generation resource?
You're familiar with the MISO queue, so if Entergy sold that interconnection, how would it meet its need in the short term, other than just going to the market, since it would take quite some time to get new generation through a queue and interconnected, right?
So there's a couple of different layers to consider here. One is JPS is not due to be online until 2029. The way the MISO generator interconnection service works is if you are replacing an existing generator, you have to tell MISO at least a year ahead of time that you're going to replace it. And then after that, you have about a 3-year run period in order to physically replace it. So Entergy could, for instance, tell MISO that they're going to replace White Bluff and have a run period all the way out to December 2031 in order to construct something on their own site and maintain that point of interconnection. That buys you more time to pick and choose what sort of power generation you're interested in. And in the meantime, as Entergy has testified, we do have a capacity shortfall for Entergy before JPS shows up. And the way that Entergy is going to resolve that shortfall is by using the MISO capacity market for a few years. And so it is possible that instead of just maybe a 3-year use of the planning reserve auction, which is what MISO calls the capacity auction, maybe you use it for 4 years, maybe you use it for 5 years. I mentioned in my testimony that's not a long-term fix, but it buys you time to figure out what different options you might have. And then the final thing that I'll mention is MISO has recently changed generator interconnection to include something called the Expedited Resource Adequacy Supply Resources, or the ERIS supply resources. These are generation resources of any generation technology type that can effectively jump the generation interconnection queue if the state regulators identify a resource need. And so the latest ERIS projects that were filed by utilities in MISO South to MISO, those projects will be expedited through the queue. You don't have to wait 2-3 years in order to work on the queue studies for those projects. But the thing I mentioned in my testimony that was curious to me, at least, was that Arkansas did not submit a single ERIS project, or there was not a single ERIS project selected by MISO in the latest round submitted to them. And so, I think that's potentially a tool that could be used, that is available to solar, to batteries, to natural gas facilities. If Arkansas really saw a need to build a power plant quicker and not necessarily move through the normal definitive planning phase process.
I appreciate that. No further questions.
No question. I have no questions. You are excused.
Thank you.
Or you may stand down. Mr. Manis? Call your first witness.
Your Honor, in the hearing instructions, we were asked to list off all of our testimony just to get it in the record for the benefit of the court reporter. Would you like us to do that or just do it by
You're
witness?
going to have to state that again.
Oh, sorry. In the hearing instructions, we were asked to list off our testimony and exhibits for the benefit of the court reporter. Would you like us to do that or do it by witness?
Just do it by witness.
Okay. So we call Thomas Martin. Good afternoon, Tom. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
You don't need to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry. My name is Thomas Martin. My business address is 1000 Center Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72022.
And who's your employer?
General Staff, Arkansas Public Service Commission General Staff.
What's your title?
Engineer.
And are you the same Thomas Martin who filed direct testimony on September 5th of this year?
Yes,
And the same Thomas Martin that filed an errata direct testimony on September 29th?
that is correct. Yes.
And the same Thomas Martin that filed sir rebuttal testimony on October 3rd?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony or exhibits this time?
No.
All right, I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin? Thank you.
No questions.
Thank you, Ms. McQueen. Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioners? Ms. Anderson?
I have one question. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Martin, has Entergy Arkansas presented you with any evidence that would suggest that the existing White Bluff facility can only be converted to a peaking unit rather than a baseload unit? And do you think a baseload unit there is possible?
My understanding is that the current facility is a baseload resource. To convert the White Bluff unit to a peaking, sorry, nervous.
That's okay. Take your time.
My understanding is that a gas-fired steam turbine plant such as White Bluff would not be a peaking resource on the basis that it would not meet the dispatchable needs of a peaking resource. It would take time to bring the facility up to the needs, the ramping up capability that a CT resource would be able to provide.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any questions? No questions. You may stand down. Mr. Manis, call your next witness.
We call Mark Herring. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Mark Herring. Business address is 1000 Center here in Little Rock.
And who's your employer?
The general staff of the Public Service Commission.
And what's your title?
Public Service Rate Analyst 1,
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
on behalf of general staff.
Are you the same Mark Herring that filed direct testimony on September 5th of this year?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony at this time?
No, sir.
I turn to the witness.
Mr. Goodwin? Ms. McQueen? Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Commissioners? No questions. I have no questions either. You may stand down.
Thank you, Chairman
Thank
Webb.
you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Manis, call your next witness.
We call Jeffrey Bauer. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Jeffrey Bauer, it's 370 Main Street, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Pull that mic a little closer to you.
Sure.
And maybe you can bend it up too if you need to. There you go.
How's that?
There you go.
Did you get that?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And who's your employer?
My employer is Daymark Energy Advisors,
And what is your title?
Principal Consultant,
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
General Staff.
Are you the same Jeffrey D. Bauer that filed redacted and HSPI direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th of this year?
Yes.
And the same Jeffrey D. Bauer that filed redacted and HSPI sir rebuttal testimony on October 3rd of this year?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony or exhibits at this time?
No.
I turn to the witness.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Goodwin? Oh, Mr. Breville. Yep. Mr. Tex. Call you Tex.
Hello, Mr. Bauer.
Hello.
All right. Just to confirm, you read all of the testimony and reviewed all the exhibits submitted by EAL's witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Very good. Now, would you agree that EAL has established a resource need?
In general, yes, I agree that the 2024 IRP and supplemental analysis that the company's conducted does establish a need for resources in the long term.
And in your testimony, I did not see where you took issue with the selection of the technology being a combined cycle. Is that fair?
Well, I did note a couple of concerns with elements of the analysis that the company used when determining that combined cycles were, that a combined cycle is the optimal resource.
Is
I
that,
can point you to that. Sorry. I can point you to that if that's helpful.
is that your recommendation that a white bluff fuel conversion be analyzed?
That's one of them. I did also, for example, Ms. Fielder's, I believe it's called the supplemental modeling or supplemental analysis, which that's the analysis where they took out the sort of forced in resources and then reran the analysis to check to see if combined cycles are still the optimal resource once they did that. I noted a couple of issues with the structure of that analysis related to EPA Section 111D and as you noted, the lack of White Bluff as a resource option in that analysis.
And your reference to EPA Rule 111B?
B, yes.
Yeah, okay, and that, as I understood your testimony, was simply some questions about how that might affect how much the combined cycle would run. Did I get that right?
Right, which is ultimately what would make the combined cycle be selected by the model as the optimal resource. So the point there is the company did not constrain the dispatch of the resource. EPA Section 111B require, which is currently in force. There are I believe plans by the administration to rescind those rules, but currently in force requires that after a certain date, a combined cycle unit like JPS would be either limited to a capacity factor no more than 40%, or it would have to capture and store the carbon emissions. When the company ran its analysis, it did not constrain the operation of units in that way. And so what the model sees is an energy margin. We talked a little bit about energy margin throughout the hearing, and a benefit of running that unit more. If that unit ultimately is limited to only a 40% capacity factor, that's going to hurt the economics of that unit. And the model, if it had been reflecting that constraint, may have selected a combustion turbine or another resource.
Would you agree, a combustion turbine would not be expected to operate at a 40% capacity factor?
I wouldn't expect that.
Okay. And then are you testifying to this commission that the resource planning decisions should be made based on environmental rules that are expected to be rescinded?
I think it's common practice to model known and existing regulations. It's certainly reasonable to test alternate environmental rules if you have an expectation that that there will be a change, or, for example, for years, utilities have been running scenarios with carbon prices, for example, even though most regions don't have a carbon price, but they'll run them with the understanding that at some point in the future, there may be a regulation, either state or federal, that may impose a cost on carbon. So it's very common for that sort of scenario analysis to test alternative potential policy futures.
And do you understand that EAL did just that in its IRP modeling?
In its 2024 IRP modeling, yes, but not in the supplemental modeling, which Ms. Fielder presented in her direct.
Okay, and just to get level set, we understand staff's position to be that the company has satisfied the CECPN criteria, save a determination by you with regard to the reasonableness of the cost. Is that your understanding?
That's my general understanding, although that question probably would have been better to Mr. Martin.
Okay. And do you know if staff has agreed that the company has satisfied all the SIR criteria for that rate recovery?
I'm not sure I guess I can't speak fully to staff's position on that.
Okay. But from your perspective, your issue is primarily the project cost estimate is the area of dispute because there was no competitive solicitation. Did I paraphrase that?
Well, I would say it's a little different than that. It's compliance with commission rules related to competitive solicitation, not necessarily that the cost estimate is unreasonable because of that, but the compliance with those rules.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, what's your understanding of the current state of the market for Power Island equipment?
It's very competitive.
And what about the balance of plant equipment?
My understanding is that's very competitive as well.
Is that also true for the EPC workforce?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that some natural gas generation projects have been canceled recently due to lack of equipment availability?
That's my understanding, although I don't have a lot of intimate knowledge of the specifics of those projects, but I've read the news.
Okay. And you said you read Mr. Ruiz's testimony. He quoted Mr. John Ketchum, CEO of NextEra, as saying in the current market, NextEra would expect to pay $2,400 per kW for a combined cycle. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding of the turbine market today?
I've read that quote. And it doesn't surprise me based on other information that I have, although that's probably the higher end of what I've seen for estimates in the public sphere.
Okay. Now, in your sir rebuttal testimony, you suggest using a benchmark that is derived from Natural Renewable Energy Laboratory, or we'll use NREL as the acronym. that some generic generation project cost data that was also used by MISO in a transmission planning exercise. Is that right?
Yeah, the reference that was used in 24072U, correct.
Okay. I'm going to hand you some excerpts, and Commissioners, this is from Mr. Ruiz's Sir rebuttal, Exhibit CR5, if you want to pull that up. Give me just a second. I'm going to hand you Mr. Ruiz's CR5 from a Sir rebuttal. Let me know when you have a chance to identify that.
Okay.
All right. Now, that's the source document that you relied on for your testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
For the benchmark?
Correct.
And to be clear, though, you're not suggesting that the APSC use a simple cycle CT as a benchmark, as was done in the Lake Catherine 5. You are using a combined cycle resource. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. The commission's order in 24072U identified this resource and used the $1,216 per kW price for a CT. My suggestion was, in setting a benchmark for this proceeding, if the commission chooses to do so, would be to use the same source and use $1,360 per kW for a combined cycle. Correct.
All right. Are you at page 8 of 25 in that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And so the line item that reads natural gas CC is what you rely on for that $13.60 per kW, right?
Correct.
And that is sourced, that information is sourced from the 2024 NREL Annual Technologies Baseline Report, correct?
That's my understanding based on the header here.
Are you suggesting that $1,360 per kW is representative of the current state of the market for new build combined cycles with an in-service date similar to JPS?
I would say that $1,360 per kW for a resource coming in that at the time that JPS is expected to come online is probably on the low end. My suggestion for using that was twofold. One, for consistency with the Lake Catherine order, and in addition, as Mr. Ruiz has clarified, that price is reasonable for, I believe he said it's another resource that that Entergy is putting into service next year, and he said that price would be reasonable for a new resource that's coming in service in 2026. So I think that the benefit of using a price like that as a benchmark, which would be subject to review by the independent monitor throughout the development process, the benefit there is that it's a current estimate and doesn't take into account escalation that will happen between now and 2029.
And that other resource that you mentioned, is that the Orange County Advanced Power Station?
Not sure. I don't believe that Mr. Ruiz specified exactly what that resource was, but he refers to it generically in his testimony, I believe.
Okay, nonetheless, it's going to have an in-service date of 3 years earlier, at least, than JPS, correct?
That's my understanding, if it's to come into service next year.
And on your recommendation to use that the NREL benchmark of $1,360 per kW, do you know if that's an advanced class turbine?
It would have to look back at the resources, which I assume you will show me.
I just didn't know if you knew or not.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you agree, though, that if we're benchmarking, you should benchmark against like technology, so that if that is not an advanced class, that you would look for something that is more representative of advanced class technology?
To the extent possible, it's best to match.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go take a look at that baseline report. Commissioners, this is Mr. Ruiz's Sir rebuttal exhibit CR6. If you want to pull that up. let me know when you've had time to familiarize yourself with it.
Okay.
All right, we established that you weren't sure whether or not the benchmark you were going to use or you're proposing for consideration is an advanced class turbine, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 1 of the NREL report. And if you look at the middle paragraph or the second paragraph, at the end of that sentence there, it makes mention that this data set has been expanded to include a natural gas combined cycle power plant option that is an H-class 1x1 configuration. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Would you consider an H-class to be an advanced class turbine? If you know.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I'm going to turn to page 14.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the subheading there that reads Advanced Technology Options. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, if you would, I'm going to ask you some questions about the second paragraph in that section. If you would, read that into the record for context.
It begins all capital costs.
Yes.
Excuse me. All capital costs for fossil energy technologies in the 2024 ATB are reported in constant 2018 dollars in the respective source documents and have been escalated to constant July 2022 dollars using relevant process-specific indices from Chemical Engineering Plant Cost Index, Handy-Whitman Index of Public Utility Construction Costs, and U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index.
All right, is it your testimony that 2018 dollars, constant 2018 dollars are representative of the current market for a new build combined cycle project?
Not constant 2018 dollars.
All right.
Is that
And it was escalated to 2022 dollars constant. Is it your testimony that that escalation causes those dollars to be representative of the current market for a new build combined cycle project?
I believe those would be lower than the current market.
Okay. And then there are several indices noted there that were relied on for the escalation. Do you familiar with those indices?
I'm familiar with the CPI, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, and the Handy-Whitman Index of Public Utility Construction Costs. I'm not familiar with the Chemical Engineering Plant Cost Index.
Okay. Do you agree that those could be relevant indices if one were to attempt to further escalate from 2022?
Could be.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Producer Price Index for commodities such as metals and metal products?
I am.
Would that also be one to consider?
It could be as well.
Are you familiar with the Bureau of Reclamation's construction cost trend data?
I'm not. I'm vaguely familiar of it, but not. I don't deal with that very regularly.
Okay. So do you have an opinion on whether that would be a relevant indices?
I don't have an opinion.
All right. We're done with that exhibit if you want to put that to the side. Next, I'm going to go to a paper that was cited in Mr. Ruiz's rebuttal testimony. It's his exhibit CR5. Get your copy. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize that as the Grid Lab paper that Mr. Ruiz relied on in his rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
All right. And reading at the top there, it states the capital cost for new gas combustion turbine and combined cycle gas turbine power plants units in the United States have increased significantly in recent years. I think you generally agree with that proposition?
I do.
All right. And then at the bottom part of the second paragraph there, beginning furthermore, would you read that in the record and I'll ask you a question about it?
Furthermore, widely available public data sets such as the National Renewable Energy Laboratory's Annual Technology Baseline or the Energy Information Administration's Annual Energy Outlook are often not up to date with the most current market information and therefore present an underestimated view of project costs.
And I think you generally agreed with that proposition too, as well, true?
Generally, yes.
All right. I'm going to go to page 3. And up at the top.
Sorry, is this 3 of 11
yes, sir.
or
3 of
numbered
11.
3? Okay.
Yes. Thank you for helping me out. All right. At the top, it reads, the surge in demand has resulted in significantly extended timelines for bringing new projects into service. Consequently, new combined cycle resources often cannot be brought online until at least 2030 to 2031. Would you agree with that proposition?
I agree that the demand has extended timelines. That specific date, I wouldn't be able to independently validate that.
Does Daymark have any interaction with turbine suppliers?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Fair enough. Then we'll keep it higher level. All right. I'm on page 4 of 11 now. And it says gas-fired power plants are becoming more expensive to build. And it's not just because of turbine cost. Nearly all the key components are seeing price increases that are making these projects much less economically attractive. Do you agree with that proposition? And you don't have to have a point of view if you don't have one.
I would agree that I would generally agree that lots of components are seeing price increases.
Okay.
I guess I'd question, not sure I would automatically agree it's making projects much less economically attractive.
Fair. I agree with you. I think Mr. Ruiz pointed out that this paper is published by a group of renewable proponents, so I'm sure that's their perspective. But the next question is just above the figure 1, and that paragraph begins, along with component prices, labor costs are also increasing. Do you agree with that proposition?
That's my understanding.
All right. And then last couple questions on this document. If you look at page 6, and you see up at the top where the sentence begins projects and it's giving a date range in dollars.
Yes.
Okay. Let's read that sentence, project scheduled, into the record, and then I want to ask you a question about that.
Projects scheduled for completion in 2026 and 2027 were reported at a cost range of $1,116 per kW to $1,427 per kW, a range that is now significantly outpaced by recent CCGT projects, which are routinely reporting costs of $2,000 per kW or more.
Is your proposal to use the 1360 per kW benchmark consistent with the author's findings here that more recently announced combined cycle projects are reporting cost of $2,000 per kW or more?
My proposed benchmark would be lower than that.
All right. And then to yourself, if you don't mind, read footnote 5, and I want to ask you a question about that escalation methodology there.
Okay.
Okay, we discussed earlier that the NREL 2022 dollars originated from 2018 dollars that were escalated. You recall that?
Yes.
And as I read this footnote, and tell me if you read the same way, that here they're escalating from those 2022 dollars to 2030 overnight capital cost using a 2% inflation rate. Did I read that right?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
No, it's a tough footnote. But we talked previously that we established that the NREL dollars started at 2018 and were escalated to 2022, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then here they're referencing how they got to 2030 cost, and as I read it, they did so by starting with the 2022 dollars and applying a 2% inflation rate. If you read it differently, let me know.
I agree with your interpretation of the footnote. Where I'm struggling a little bit is that footnote 5 is not on the sentence that I read. It's on the following sentence.
You're right.
Which gives a cost of 1638, which I don't recognize. So I don't know if we want to go back to the NREL and try to reconcile between them. But
Well-
I do agree. If you're asking about the method for inflation rate, I do agree with your interpretation of the footnote, if that
Okay.
helps.
Thank you. And is it your view that NREL's assumption of a simple 2% inflation rate is reflective of the level of market escalation in new build natural gas generation projects observed since 2022?
I would say that's a low
Okay.
escalation rate.
All right. And do you recall Mr. Ruiz's rebuttal and Sir rebuttal testimony identified a number of projects across the U.S. that were combined cycle?
I do.
All right. And did you have a chance to review his Sir and confirm that those were similar advanced class projects?
That's my understanding of his Sir rebuttal, yes.
And when I say advanced class, I mean advanced class turbine.
Yes, I think Mr. Ruiz noted that and I think rightly, that there are a lot of differences, site-specific differences
Sure.
Between combined cycles, and he gave some, good rationale for why benchmarks and comparisons are difficult. But I believe, as he noted there, his team did their best to try to get as close as possible to a comparison between like resources.
And if you recall correctly, those all came in at or above $2,000 per kW, right?
That was in his testimony, yes.
So would it be fair to say, again, your proposal for 1360 per kW benchmark would be low relative to the comparables that Mr. Ruiz identified?
It would be low for an estimate of a new resource coming in service at that time.
Okay. Let's switch topics. Were you in the room when Ms. Fielder testified?
I was.
All right. And did you hear her explanation of energy coverage?
I did.
And do you have any reason to dispute her explanation?
Or as in her definition of energy coverage?
Correct.
No, I agree with her explanation of what it is.
And would you agree that an electric utility requires an energized system to provide reliable service? In other words, it's not just capacity, you have to have energy on the system as well.
The grid needs energy, yes. A utility by utility. A utility that is a participant in a market such as MISO or SPP does not have to generate all of the energy that its customers consume on an hour by hour and moment by moment basis.
And if it plans to rely on the market, do you agree that it is subject to market risk around whatever the energy clearing price will be?
Yes, I think planning for energy, in addition to planning for capacity, is largely a financial hedging exercise. It reduces risk, as you say.
Okay, but if utilities who are part of an organized market are not adding energy generating resources, at some point in time, the system's going to run out of energy, right?
Well,
assuming load growth.
I think there's a distinction that I think is helpful to make here around energy generating resources. We've talked about combined cycles as energy resources and combustion turbines as capacity resources. I mean, a combustion turbine can operate at a much higher capacity factor than 10 to 15%. It doesn't because it's not efficient. The market doesn't choose it when it's doing its economic dispatch. So the MISO decides for dispatchable resources which ones run and when and how much. And they do that based on economics. So I think it's a little bit of a, I just think it would be helpful, I think, here to clarify that what we consider capacity resources can be energy resources. It's just not that economically efficient to run them at a very high capacity factor because they'll burn a lot of fuel and they'll be very expensive. So when you say if utilities aren't building energy resources, eventually the system runs out of energy, it's not exactly, I wouldn't agree with that. MISO makes sure there's enough capacity on the system so that there's resource adequacy, so that the system can operate reliably. As long as MISO determines that there is enough dispatchable capacity and accredited capacity of renewables, based on all of their studies, there should be sufficient energy resources, even if that capacity is, that accredited capacity is coming from combustion turbines instead of combined cycles. It just may be more expensive to run your system that way, a lot more expensive.
Thank you. That's where I wanted to go. Appreciate the clarification. And on that note, you'd agree that modern combined cycle technology is more efficient thermal generation than simple cycle combustion turbines?
Yes.
All right. And so to your point, if all the utilities were complying with their MISO resource adequacy requirements by installing CTs for dispatchable resources, you're going to, over time, tend to see higher cost energy clearing prices.
All else equal, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And just to make sure that we're level set on the distinction between the two types of resources, would you agree the combined cycle is going to have a lower heat rate and higher capacity factor because it's being utilized as the more efficient energy producer?
Yes, MISO will dispatch those resources a lot more and you'll get a much higher capacity factor.
And if a resource is higher heat rate, lower capacity factor, that means it's less efficient and will likely be called on less by MISO.
Correct.
Now, you assert that the company should conduct economic modeling that compared a White Bluff fuel conversion project to Jefferson Power Station, correct? And am I correct that you are currently participating in a SWEPCO proceeding here at the Arkansas Commission where SWEPCO is evaluating fuel conversion project for its Welsh coal plant?
Yes.
And are you aware that SWEPCO is assuming its fuel conversion project will have a heat rate of roughly 10,600 BTU per kWh?
I'd have to check to confirm that, but that doesn't sound unreasonable.
All right, let's take a look at it. And Commissioners, we're going to look at Ms. Fielder's Sir Rebuttal Exhibit KF1.
You said it was KF what?
KF number 1.
1? Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, do you recognize that as Ms. Fielder's KF1?
Yes.
All right, so this is, I'm just going to give you some excerpts out of here, but anyway, this is SWEPCO's Howellsville and Welsh Conversion Comparative Analysis. And if you go to page 20 of 48,
I'm there.
All right, I'm looking at section 2.2.4, the Welsh conversion inputs. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, and if you flip to the next page, you see a heat rate assumption.
Yes.
What is that heat rate assumption?
10,651.
And would you consider that to be higher, or what would you expect from the heat rate for Jefferson Power Station?
Oh, I think it's in the 6,000s.
Okay, so much more efficient. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to the last page, page 48. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
All right. Just read that first paragraph and I'll ask you a question about it.
The question or the response here?
No, just read it yourself and I'll ask you
Oh, I'm sorry.
the response.
Okay.
All right. Would you agree there that SWEPCO's modeling suggests that Welsh would average, based on its projected heat rate, it would be called on less than 4% of the time?
Averaged 4%.
Average 4%. And in that role, it would be indicative of a peaking duty cycle role?
Yeah, that's how they describe it here, as a
Okay.
peaking duty cycle, yes.
And would you agree that would be a different supply role than what EAL is expecting for Jefferson Power Station?
Yes.
All right. Would you expect a gas conversion project with a 10.6 heat rate to operate in a baseload role?
I would not expect it to be dispatched by MISO in a manner that is similar to what you would consider a baseload unit under the current kind of market conditions.
And in your testimony in the SWEPCO case, you did not take any dispute with that expected supply role, did you?
I don't recall testifying on that issue, no.
And do you recall if SWEPCO pointed to two of its sister AEP companies who completed fuel conversion projects at Big Sandy and Clinch River?
I don't recall off the top of my head their testimony on those.
Okay. Would it surprise you if fuel conversion project, those two facilities, caused the utilization of those facilities to fall significantly following the fuel conversion?
It would not surprise me, no.
And are you suggesting that somehow a White Bluff fuel conversion project is going to have a different experience than what SWEPCO is planning and what the other AEP companies experienced?
In terms of changing capacity factor?
Changing capacity factor, improving heat rate?
No, I would expect that if the White Bluff unit were to be converted to gas, I would expect it to be primarily a capacity resource, not an energy resource. And I would not expect it to run at a high capacity factor.
So that being the case, why, in your view, is it important to make a head-to-head comparison of those two resources in the economic modeling?
I don't believe I said a head-to-head comparison. I believe I said that it's important to fully evaluate the potential to convert White Bluff and to include that conversion as an option in the resource planning process, because and I think Mr. Norwood's testimony on this was kind of notable. Coal to gas conversions are very cheap. It's a very cheap source of capacity. We've just seen Entergy adding the Lake Catherine site, which is also a
capacity resource. That's a peaking resource. You don't build those for energy either. The cost of that resource compared to what I would expect a coal to gas conversion was much higher. And so if the transfer of the interconnection rights from White Bluff to JPS jeopardizes the ability to and the viability of converting White Bluff to gas and retaining that option for very cheap capacity, then that's a really important consideration for this proceeding.
And would another important consideration be the extent to which that would expose the utility to market price risk for energy closing prices?
That's always a consideration, and that is something that resource planning models are very good at helping you figure out, and that's why I recommended that White Bluff be included as an option in a planning analysis.
And did you hear Ms. Fielder's testimony that, to her knowledge, none of her sister operating companies are planning to serve the energy needs of EAL's clients?
I don't recall that statement exactly.
Okay. Well, let's assume that all the utilities who are in MISO, the load serving entities, are planning to serve their own loads. Right? Where does the energy come from if EAL does not build its resources to be able to supply its energy needs?
Well, when utilities participate in the MISO market, they don't have the option to only serve their own loads. Their resources are dispatched by MISO according to the central dispatch process. So for all other utilities to say we're not going to generate any more than our load is not really something that happens in the market. Entergy Arkansas has a requirement to continue to come forth in the MISO market with enough capacity to cover its needs. So presumably it would have enough resources. They may not be efficient, they may not be particularly economic, but presumably they would have enough resources to keep the lights on, as they say.
Does your firm Daymark have an Aurora license?
Not anymore. We have we formerly licensed Aurora, and we currently license the Plexos production cost model, which is actually owned by the same vendor. So.
All right, we're going to switch gears again. You doing okay on water?
Good, thank you.
Have you read Acts 373 and 940?
It's been a while, but yes.
Okay. And what's your understanding of their overall purposes?
I think in general, I would say the purpose is to promote energy infrastructure development to the benefit of Arkansas.
To support economic development in Arkansas?
I would agree with that, yep.
Do you believe those bills recognize that incremental generation is needed to do so?
Yes, I think that's a theme in those bills.
And would you agree that they were intended to streamline the regulatory review of generation certifications to achieve that purpose?
I would generally agree with that. I think there's some language that the regulatory process should allow for new infrastructure development.
In other words, these bills weren't intended to reinforce the status quo. We were looking for some stimulus to support economic development. Is that fair?
In general, I think I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with the phrase speed to market in the economic development context?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
I think in general, it means the quicker you can meet the needs of the market, the better off you are in an economic development, from an economic development perspective.
Do you know whether the concept of speed to market was a consideration in developing Acts 373 and 940?
I'm not sure if I recall that exactly in those acts.
All right. Does Daymark advise economic development projects?
Not sure how you define economic development projects in that context.
I'll just say, I think we've all used the term hyperscaler in this hearing, something along that line.
We do a lot of consulting. It's hard to be an energy consultant right now and not talk about data centers, so.
Okay. And are you advising those clients on speed to market issues?
I'm not aware of any specific engagements we have advising data center clients on speed to market.
How does your view that a self-build project can only be selected through a competitive solicitation square with the concept of speed to market? Let me give you a hypothetical. So let's say several new large customers show up and start engaging an Arkansas utility and make known that they need rapid deployment of incremental resources. Is it your position that the utilities should put those customers on hold to conduct a competitive solicitation before moving forward with a project to meet those customers' needs?
That's not really up for me to decide. My testimony regarding the requirement for competitive procurement is based on my understanding of Commission's rules and the very recent order in docket 24072U.
And do you know whether that order had been issued prior to the enactments of Acts 373 and 940?
I believe it was in April, and I'm not sure when 373 and 940 were enacted, but somewhere around this similar time frame.
Does Daymark advise independent power producers or merchant power developers?
On occasion, yeah.
All right. And to your knowledge, do any of those developers have slots in the Power Island equipment queue and EPC lined up for new projects in service by 2030?
I don't have any information about that.
Okay. What's your understanding of whether there are any thermal projects in the MISO interconnection queue to be located in Arkansas?
My understanding from testimony is that from EAL testimony is that there aren't currently projects in the interconnection queue located in Arkansas.
There are none. Did I hear you correctly?
That's my understanding from Entergy's testimony. I haven't checked recently.
Very good. Those are all my questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Bradfield. Thank you. Ms. McQueen?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Cox? No questions. Surely no redirect. We're going to take about a 15-minute break now. So we will stand in recess till 10 till 4. 10 till 4. Yes, sorry about that. Mr. Bradfield, you were up there so long, I thought he was your witness.
I'll take that as a compliment. Mr. Bauer, why did you recommend $1,360 per kilowatt for JPS?
As I said, there's two reasons for the 1360. Number one, I recommended it based on the consistency with the order in 24072U. The other reason I think, as I acknowledged with Mr. Breveld, 1360 would be low for an estimate for a cost of a resource going in at that time. I think that was probably acknowledged in, I don't want to speak for the commission, but that was probably acknowledged in the 24072U order as well. The value of setting a benchmark price lower and then putting in place an independent monitor process by which the company can come back and validate, with the help of the independent monitor, validate costs above that benchmark level. Providing that process helps protect customers, and setting the benchmark lower and allowing them to come back for more is much better than setting the benchmark at what their estimated price is and not allowing the independent monitor the opportunity to find potential unnecessary costs or opportunities where the company could save customers money.
Why do you think, in your opinion, why should EAL complete the White Bluff conversion analysis before committing to JPS?
Yeah, I think following up on what I mentioned with the conversation with Mr. Breveld, if there is a negative effect on the feasibility of that conversion by putting JPS and interconnecting JPS and transferring the interconnection rights to JPS, I think that should be figured out well in advance of building that resource because of the potentially very low cost of the capacity of that conversion. The company, through the IRP, will almost certainly have future capacity needs. They've discussed here today that they're expecting more economic development, and they will almost certainly have future capacity needs. White Bluff is a very large source of potentially very cheap capacity, and I think it's certainly important to run that to ground before you potentially jeopardize that possibility.
And on that point, there's been a lot of discussion about the cost benefit of using the White Bluff interconnection to bring JPS and Cypress online. Can you speak to the sort of deferred cost, if I'm using that term correctly, regarding later adding the roughly 800 megawatts of interconnection after White Bluff is potentially converted?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's testimony from both Mr. Bethel and Ms. Fielder that seemed to indicate that there was a possibility of interconnecting Cypress, JPS, and a converted White Bluff unit all at the same interconnection point without increasing the interconnection rights. I don't understand. Maybe I misunderstood the testimony, but that was the impression that I got from that testimony. I don't think that that's possible based on my understanding of capacity accreditation and the MISO interconnection rules. Mr. Cullifer then testified that the company was investigating increasing the interconnection at that location by at least 800 megawatts in order to, my understanding of what his testimony was, is that's in order to fully convert the White Bluff unit. So that's increasing the interconnection there by 800 megawatts will be probably very costly. That will have to go through the MISO interconnection process. MISO will identify the network upgrades that would be required to interconnect an additional 800 megawatts. I think Ms. Fielder's testimony, when she is demonstrating the value of that interconnection rights to JPS, I think she makes a very strong case of why going through the interconnection process is very expensive. So if the company's thinking of doing that in order to convert a pretty old coal plant that may not have a lot of years left, my concern is that that would make the economics of that project a little more challenged. And it also just leads to the fact that we don't really know what that cost will be right now. They haven't done the analysis. They haven't done, sort of the final due diligence on that.
And then I don't recall speed to market being discussed in any of the testimony that I read. Did you see that in there?
I don't recall that phrase specifically in the testimony.
Since it came up, does speed to market mean the commission should forego its mandate to make public interest findings, including cost?
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Now we'll take a 15-minute recess. So until 5 till 4. Okay, be seated. Y'all should always take a hint that when we come in smiling, that must mean something good. I'm not sure which side that means is good, but at least we're happy, you know? So we're back on the record, and I think I know we have commissioner questions. Mr. Bauer, thanks for being here. Who wants to go first? Commissioner Anderson. Gotcha.
Hi, Mr. Bauer. I've got a couple of follow-ups. Circling back to your answers to Mr. Breedveld's questions as well as redirect by Mr. Manis. We discussed your recommendation of the 1360 number per kilowatt, right? Do you still recommend that number now, even after everything, certiorari rebuttal up to today's testimony and questions? Do you still recommend that number?
Well, I still think it's a good number to use. I think, as I acknowledged in the answers to Mr. Breedveld's questions, I think if you were to guess what the cost is or should be, it's probably higher than 1360, given current market conditions. I think, as I discussed in the responses to redirect, the value of using that lower number is that it keeps the pressure on Entergy to do the best to save costs for ratepayers. If you're using an independent monitor, my understanding from the 24072U order was that the process set up was independent monitor reviews costs, independent monitor provides their opinion to the commission of any costs above that benchmark price and the reasonableness of those costs. And so the value, I think, of setting it lower and allowing the independent monitor to validate those costs is that you get that process and that trade-off between having that extra set of independent eyes looking at the project. I think that's a good way to protect customers from unnecessary costs. If you set it too high, if you set it at the cost that Entergy has requested, then there's not really a lot of opportunity to find those savings by the independent monitor or for, if any costs come in under what Entergy is expecting right in their application, customers may not see the benefit of that.
So in light of all that, would you recommend a hard cap or a soft cap in this particular case?
I probably would not recommend a hard cap. I think that a hard cap in an environment like this is challenging because there is so much, even the best utility planning, there are things that you can't anticipate. And so that's why I think that having the independent evaluator or monitor reviewing the costs is a good step to provide some protection for customers without stifling. I mean, I don't think that should stifle infrastructure development and beneficial infrastructure development, because as long as Entergy is comfortable that the costs that they're incurring are reasonable and valid and will be seen that way from an independent monitor, they shouldn't, in my mind, have any real concerns with a benchmark being lower than what they think the project will cost, because they should be able to validate those costs. So I think to answer your question on the hard cap, I think that may serve to stifle, the ability to develop infrastructure or would put too much risk on developing new infrastructure. And it may have unintended consequences. It's really hard, I think, right now to predict what costs are going to be in 2029 or, for future projects in the 2030s. There is just so much uncertainty in the market.
Okay. And I'm going to get back to the independent monitor question in a minute. I'm sure that's no surprise. But so in light of the testimony that we've heard today, there have been a couple of folks that have testified as to various projects not just JPS, but the idea that there are other projects in the plan as well. So in light of that, and in light of what could potentially be a cumulative effect of the cost of these projects if they are allowed to be passed through the strategic investment rider, the cumulative effect of that on ratepayers. And in thinking through that, what are your cost containment and your customer protection measures? What are your thoughts on that, and what would you recommend for the commission in light of not just this project, but the potential cumulative effect of all of these projects that have been talked about today?
Sure. I think I'll say two things on that. First is that I think that the importance of competitive procurements is high. I think that for 2 projects in a row now, there have been self-builds without what I would consider, and I think what the commission considered, at least in LC5, a legitimate competitive procurement to compare a self-build to an alternative resource. I think that that's challenging because it sets this environment up where you don't really know what the market costs would be to develop those new resources. I know that the company has done procurements for the equipment and for the EPC, and that's great. Those are good steps to do, of course. But you really don't know what the competitive market can do unless you give them a fair opportunity to compete. And quite honestly, that is one of the big drivers for the need for these customer protection measures. That was the case. My read of the Lake Catherine 5 order was that it was the lack of a competitive procurement and a comparison to market alternatives that led to the benchmark price and the independent monitor conclusion, which I thought was a good step in that case. And I think that's a reason why, it should be done here if the commission is inclined to approve the project, because there wasn't that competitive procurement. Looking forward to future projects, I think that being able to consistently test the market to see if there are efficiencies that can be gained from allowing independents to develop projects, giving them enough time to get their projects developed and in the queue and that sort of thing will be a really important long-term measure it's the increasing need for infrastructure is real. I mean, there's just competition across the country for CTs and CCs and all the technology and all the labor and all that kind of stuff. Load growth is very real. Everybody's trying to add resources as quickly as possible. And so if we're entering a mode like that, establishing a really robust process for allowing the market to provide lower cost alternatives is a really good protection measure for customers.
Okay, thank you. And I've asked this question previously in the hearing, but I want to know your thoughts on this. Do you think that there is a difference between an independent monitor and an independent evaluator in this context?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a difference? Because it sounds like some folks don't believe that there is, and I think we use those terms interchangeably at times, but I want to know your thoughts on whether you think there's a difference.
Yeah, I generally use the terms interchangeably, I think, or at least I've seen that in jurisdictions that have used one or the other term. I can't recall a very clear line between the two. I think what's important with either one of those is setting the scope up correctly and the reporting requirements up correctly. Requiring, allowing the independent monitor access to all the information that would help provide those customer protections and that validation for the commission of the reasonableness of costs. And I also think, one other step I think that could be important for that IE or IM role would be reporting back to the commission prior to the completion of the project. one benefit of that is, as you've noted, there may be future projects coming. So it may be helpful to the commission to be forewarned that, initial cost estimates are not aligning with the actual, experience that the EPC is having with actually developing the project. There may be some ways that works its way into your consideration of future projects. So it's a long way of saying, I don't think that there's necessarily an automatic difference between an IE and an IM role, but developing that scope, I think is a, carefully identifying that scope, I think is an important step for using either, however you want to term it.
So do I hear you saying that a more robust scope, like a definition, a larger definition for that person from maybe even the RFP process all the way through to completion of the project? What would be your recommendation as far as defining the scope?
Well, I think for a IE or IM in an RFP process and one that is monitoring the construction process, I think that probably could be two different roles, because the skill sets might not be the same for both of those types of scopes of work.
Okay.
But I think that ensuring that especially on the kind of construction monitoring and project development monitoring or evaluation phase, having a robust scope there, I think would be helpful, including regular reporting back to the commission and stakeholders.
Okay, let me see if I've got any more questions. I don't know that there's much more you can add, but I am going to ask you is there anything specific about any experience you've had with an independent monitor or an independent evaluator in other jurisdictions that would potentially be helpful to the commission? Is there anything else you could share? And if not, that's okay. You may have covered it, but.
Yeah. Not that I can think of it. And truthfully, I haven't worked on a project that had a monitor during a construction process where I've seen that report back. I do think that that's a helpful step, but I haven't personally worked on a project like that.
Okay. Chairman, I'll tender the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Tate?
I'll start with a follow-up question to Commissioner Anderson's question. Are you recommending a monitor for this project and also an evaluator, if you will, of future RFPs?
I would recommend both of those. Yeah, if the commission is inclined to approve the JPS project, I would certainly recommend using a monitor structure the way that the Lake Catherine order required. And then for future RFPs, yes, I think that independent monitor or evaluator for those RFP processes is also very, very helpful, particularly when self-builds are an option.
And I guess what's implied in part of your answer is that also that there be an RFP process for future projects.
Yes, I think that competitive RFPs are a great tool for ensuring customer protections, ensuring that customers get the benefit of market efficiencies and that the utility is pursuing all options to provide service at the lowest possible cost.
Would you always recommend a competitive RFP process if the utility is intending to self-build or is considering a self-build?
I'm just trying to think. I can't think of a example offhand where I wouldn't recommend it assuming that there was sufficient time to do so.
Well, you mentioned time, and it was mentioned earlier, speed to market. Does that play into that, or when you're talking about time, do you simply mean to meet an immediate need, whether it's capacity or energy?
Yeah, yes, certainly the RFP process can take time, and if there was an unexpected need that arose, it's hard to envision exactly what that would be, but a large, large customers wanting to develop very quickly, more quickly than you could reasonably identify resources through an RFP process. That's a possibility. But in general, I haven't seen a lot of circumstances where 6 months for a RFP process would meaningfully change the outcome there.
Okay. You briefly discussed the supplemental modeling done by Ms. Fielder and Entergy. I want to make sure I understood that. I think it was your answer to some of those questions correctly. You talked about EPA Section 111B and its effect on the ability of a combined cycle facility to run, at least its capacity factor, right?
Yes.
How often it would be allowed to run. Did I understand correctly that restriction was not included in the supplemental modeling?
Correct. That restriction was not included in the supplemental modeling. The company did, in the 2024 IRP, I believe in their primary analysis, they also didn't include that, but they did include it in a scenario, or I might have that reversed. Maybe they did include the restriction and then ran a scenario without it. I can't recall off the top of my head, but in the 2024 IRP, the company did test that restriction and what the impact would be on build out. But in the supplemental modeling, where Ms. Fielder was, double checking to see if combined cycles were the best, resource, if she allowed the model to select them, that restriction was not included as a constraint.
When we talk about modeling, how long does that process typically take? Like, how long would you anticipate it took them to do that supplemental modeling?
I mean, probably weeks, not months, something like that. I mean, it takes time to set up your cases, to define scenarios. Once you have a model set up and it's ready to run and you just want to test some small thing like adding or removing a constraint, that's usually, days to set that up and run the model and process the output. Those types of models usually run in a day or less, I think, for a long-term planning. Aurora models, if I recall from when we used to license them, might take 12 hours or 24 hours or something like that. Developing all of the inputs that go into the model can take, weeks, and that's a significant exercise. But once you have it set up, testing some of these alternatives is not a huge task. For example, testing a White Bluff conversion case, it will take them time to develop the assumptions of how much that would cost and what the operational, efficiencies and that sort of thing of the resource would be after it's converted. So that, I presume, is part of what the due diligence process is that they're doing now. But once they have, once they have that, putting it into the model and running a new case on top of the existing model that they have would be, not months of work, I don't think.
Do you know when that supplemental modeling was done?
I don't.
Okay. Last question, I think. There was some discussion about Entergy's sister companies not planning to serve Entergy Arkansas's load. Are load responsible or load serving entities the only ones that have generation in the MISO market?
No, independent entities can participate in the MISO market.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, have anything else? No. Mr. Bauer, you have used a powerful analogy in your direct testimony, which the state newspaper, the Gazette, Democrat Gazette, picked up on And I want to give you an opportunity to talk about that today. You likened the Jefferson Power Station, the selecting of the Jefferson Power Station, to a comparison to a market opportunity to buy a new car, in which a new car buyer purchases the first automobile that they saw at the first automobile dealership they visited. I'd like to hear more about that, and after 2 days of testimony and reading lots of testimony, I want to know if you believe that still rings true today.
Well, I think, yes, I do. I think that fully evaluating market opportunities, just like buying a new car and shopping around a few dealerships is a very prudent step before you make a major investment. And I think that there are a lot of reasons why the current market conditions are challenging for building new resources. And in my mind, that makes that step in the process even more important, not less. The testimony from Entergy witnesses about how, we can't compare JPS to other resources there, and that even finding a comparable other resource is challenging may be true, but that's even more reason to do the competitive procurements, because if you don't know, if you can't reasonably find a comparison of how else Entergy Arkansas customers can be served by the utility, then it's very challenging to know whether this is the right decision. And I think the car buying analogy of going with the first option rather than testing the market and seeing what else is available that might better fit your needs or fit your needs at a lower cost, that's a very important step.
So the Energy Motor Company has a bright, shiny new turbine. Should the people of Arkansas buy that turbine?
It's a challenging question because, and I think that the order in 24072U, I think, referred to this as the conundrum here, because Entergy does need new resources. I believe that the need is there. I support their in general their IRP resource planning process. The challenge here is that we're in a position where if the commission decides not to support this application, there's a very good chance that the companies are correct that if they have to come back and do this again, it's going to be more expensive. I think there was some testimony of Mr. Ruiz in the HSPI portion, which I won't get into here, but I think there are some consequences for future resource development if this project doesn't go forward. And so the commission is put in a tough spot where you either approve this without knowing if it's the best option, or you deny it and potentially just increase costs to customers because costs are going up, it seems like almost exponentially at this point. So I think it's a very challenging position to be in. I think that's why the customer protections are critical, absolutely critical. If you are to accept the application, customer protections and the independent monitor is very critical. But I would be concerned that without a clear message about future competitive procurements, that will be here again. The other big challenge, if I can, is this White Bluff interconnection rights issue. So I think that, if I were to sum up my position after, all the testimony and hearings here, those are the two key issues. The lack of a competitive procurement that would help you understand if this is the best project, and the lack of analysis of the White Bluff interconnection rights, which I'm concerned is jeopardizing that potential source of low-cost capacity that you might want, you know, within the next 10 years for sure.
One more question. If I go buy a house, I get a contract to buy that house, and it has a cap, and that's a hard cap, and they can't go up on that price without me agreeing to it. I understand what you're saying, but I'm building a house, and I know lumber's going up, and someone bids it, and they tell me it's going to cost X number of dollars, and they know there's a chance that it could go up. Why wouldn't I? I've never done anything in which I didn't have a hard cap on it. Why would you do it in this situation? And I've heard your reasoning, but I want to hear more.
Yeah, I'll add something to one other piece to my reasoning on that is I think that if you require a hard cap, just like if you're building a house and you've got a fixed price that's going to be, your builder is going to put in every possible contingency and margin they can because they don't want to lose money on it. And so I think that's the risk of instituting hard caps, is that you encourage
For future,
you would encourage higher estimates than are absolutely necessary. So I think that's the challenge.
any further question?
I do have one further question.
Any further question? Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Bauer, I am unfamiliar with the independent monitor process and what that looks like, you know, outside these walls. We've talked a lot about it in this docket in particular, but it's not something I have seen play out yet in a docket before us. So what does the process look like for hiring an independent monitor, and who hires that person?
And are you, as I mentioned a minute ago, I actually haven't been part of a proceeding in which that was used for a construction process. I have been involved in a RFP process, so I can speak to that if that's helpful. Typically, the independent monitor is secured, in my experience, often secured by the utility, often in some consultation with stakeholders or usually staff and maybe a couple of the stakeholders or the commission. The process for using an independent monitor during an RFP is, you know, they typically have a contract with a scope of work. They meet with the utility before they, or as they are, certainly before they release the RFP, but as they're designing it, perhaps have input on the design, potentially have a role to play when the RFP is released. Sometimes those entities actually receive the bidder feedback or questions about the RFP, but at least those comments are shared with them so they can see how the market is responding to the language of the RFP. In a case where there's opportunity for utility self-build or affiliate build, the independent monitor will ensure, you know, separation between the parties at the utility that are reviewing the bids and the development arm. And then there's a big role in the actual bid evaluation, which is reviewing the scoring mechanism and potentially the models that are used to score bids, ensuring that everything is calculated correctly, that provide feedback on the rank ordering of bids and both on price factors and non-price factors, that sort of thing. So it can be, and it definitely varies by jurisdiction, but it can be a very involved role that you know results in sometimes even testimony to the commission about to sort of validate the results of the RFP.
So a good example of the selection of that person would be through like a somewhat of a stakeholder process where the parties would get together and work toward an agreement on that.
That's certainly an option. There are you know, a lot of these firms that do this work. And so I think ensuring that there is confidence in across the stakeholders is a good step to make sure that they support the selection of the independent monitor.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. I know you traveled a long way. Thank you for being here today. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Tate?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the statement you made earlier. I agree. I think this commission is in a tough position. I think there is a real possibility that if we told them no on this project and they had to go back out, that it would end up being a higher cost. But just because it would be a higher cost today doesn't tell us whether they got the best deal at the time that they signed those agreements. And I'm not sure we'll ever know exactly whether this was the right choice at the right price. So looking forward, what can we do, or what can we put in place to make sure we're not put in this position again?
There are a few things that I can think of. First is clarity around the requirements for competitive procurement and when those are required. I think there's been a lot of testimony around referring back to old commission, prior commission decisions in other dockets in which some self-builds RFPs were used, some self-builds, there were other market opportunities that were considered sufficient to take the place of an RFP. I think that, as I said, with these market conditions, I think that an RFP is absolutely the best way to ensure that you're getting the best price rather than comparisons to some of the other things. I think you've all read my testimony there. The company provided a lot of other things besides an RFP that they considered to be legitimate comparisons to market opportunities. I don't think that those really rise to the same level of ensuring customer protection as a competitive RFP. So I think some clarity around that would be one thing to provide to make sure you're not in this position again. Another thing that I might suggest is a different approach, perhaps, to the IRP process. So the company has said here that their IRP analysis identified a CC, and so they went out and looked for a CC. It's true, but the IRP is trying to optimize. It's trying to optimize and find the least cost portfolio to meet the needs that you plug in there in the IRP model. And for example, the fact that there was no low cost capacity from a White Bluff conversion in there, it didn't have the option to choose that. It may have even though, energy it's reasonable to plan for energy need. I'm not disputing in any way the fact that combined cycle may be an optimal resource to add to a portfolio. But if you have a really cheap source of capacity, that's going to change your optimization calculation that the model is going to do. And so the company does an IRP every 3 years and then goes on, and sometimes with updates or other things, but then goes and starts planning for that. I think that more active engagement and potentially even, in other jurisdictions, IRPs are something that are approved, and that provides a more robust opportunity for stakeholders to ask discovery, get involved, for staff and AG to actually get more involved in reviewing the assumptions and the methodologies in the IRP process. And if the IRP is going to be the thing that results in, specific future resource additions, it may be prudent to consider adding a more of a structure around that process. Yeah, I'll leave it at there unless you have further.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I'm not through beating this dog to death. I want to talk about hard cap. Our sister organization in Texas just put a hard cap on a very similar project. Okay? Apples and apples. Did our sisters and brothers in Texas make a big mistake?
I wouldn't venture an opinion there since I haven't been involved in that proceeding. I think I don't know what else to offer on the hard cap. I think it's certainly a customer protection approach. And then if a hard cap is imposed, I think it leads the utility to some decisions about how it handles that resource and future resources as well. And I think the benefits of customer protection are immediate.
Sometimes there has to be a hard cap because of failure of process. Okay? If process was different, there might not be a hard cap. Okay?
Yep.
So, any other questions? You may stand down. Okay?
Thank you.
We need to recall Mr. Ruiz.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what questions you two may have. The questions I have are going to be HSPI related. So if you guys have questions that are not, we should probably take those first.
We do not, so let's go in Cameron. If you haven't signed the affidavit, there's a wonderful room out there. Does Entergy have plans to meet future energy or capacity needs other than through generation construction?
To make sure I'm understanding your question, you mean other than Entergy constructing the generation?
Right, right.
Okay, sure. So we've got, I know we talked about the 2 RFPs that are currently open earlier, and so of course, those would include opportunities for PPAs or tolling agreements, so generation constructed by a third party and owned by a third party.
Thank you. You testified earlier that a data center cannot be served by intermediate resources and requires the type of baseload generation offered by JPS. Matter of fact, you said they were an energy hog, if I can quote you. Okay?
Yes, I think I did.
Will all data centers served by JPS be included in the JPS revenue requirement? Will they pay for JPS?
I think the answer to that is yes. I think existing and future customers that would be online at that time. I'm not a rate administrative person, but that's my understanding.
My last question, did you have any responsibility in naming the Lake Catherine facility?
I did not.
It is now called
Ironwood
Court.
I
or
did not come up with that name.
Ironwood
Ironwood.
CT. What's the possibility that White Bluff will be renamed?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not a very creative type, so I don't come up with them.
I have no further questions. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Any
No questions.
Yeah, I'll try to make this quick. Well, let me start with this one. When did you do this? You did supplemental modeling, is that correct? When was that done?
That would have been earlier this summer, probably sometime in Q2 25.
Okay. And it assumed repeal of section 111B?
It did not put any restrictions on the output.
Do you recall when the announcement was made that the Trump administration was going to seek repeal of that?
I don't recall the exact date, but I recall it being fairly early on in the year.
I'm not sure they
February?
made the announcement or filed it until June. Would that have been after the modeling was done?
That would have been before, or maybe around the same time frame. It takes a little, like you guys were talking about earlier, it takes a little bit of time to set up the cases and run them and
So
make
maybe
sure it
during
runs
the
properly. I
process.
think it could have been a similar time frame.
Okay. And is it normal for you guys to exclude as part of modeling the proposed repeal of a rule? So as we've talked about, it hasn't been repealed yet, though it seems to be headed in that direction. Is it normal to include in your modeling assumptions announcements like that that have not come to fruition?
Okay, I think I see. Yeah, I think based on what we knew at the times, all signs were pointing that direction, and I really don't have any reason to point to how it could get undone later. So we go with what we have at the time.
Okay. Last question. I think we can do this without having to kick people out of the room. So I'm going to refer to an exhibit, but we won't talk about the specifics, I think, that are HSPI. I think you were in the room for my discussion with Mr. Ruiz about a presentation that was provided.
Yes.
And in that presentation, it listed the reasons JPS was needed. Is it still your testimony that the need for JPS is based on load growth and not the retirement of any of its current facilities?
I think I recall what you're referring to. And what I recall from that particular slide was kind of just like an overview of here are all of the things happening to the portfolio over the next few years, just kind of a whole resource, here are all the resource planning considerations. And so to your question specifically, there are a lot of factors. Even, and I think I said this earlier, that between the existing customers needing capacity and energy and then combined with the future growth that we know about today, even with White Bluff, we would still need this capacity and this energy from this resource. So it's not just growth. Existing customers need this resource as well. And then when you combine them, yeah, it's even more so.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
You may stand down.
Thank you.
Any other matters? Sir, what'd you say? I think so. Thank you. Okay, if she'll go and send no more. Any other matters?
Chairman, I had made a request earlier of Entergy. I don't know if they've got it or prepared to give an answer.
Let me try. So the rule I was remembering on privilege, that, I'm old. I go back to the prior rule where there used to be an exception. You could disclose privilege without waiving the whole privilege if it was only to the adjudicator. That no longer appears to be in the rule. So we took a look at it. We can't therefore undo the whole thing, but what we've talked to the other parties, and I did also talk to Mr. Cox before he left as well. We can file, it would still be HSPI, but we could file a de-identified list for the EAL projects on here. There are some projects that are not ours that we don't have permission to reveal, but they're irrelevant to these. So we could do that for the EAL projects and provide it to the commission, staff, and the AG. I've also talked to Ms. McQueen. It would not be provided to customers, but that's frequently the case when we have customer impacting information. So we could do that by Friday when we file the other things and submit that if that's agreeable. But the condition would be, I want to be very clear, and I've been clear with the other parties, the client is not waiving privilege, so it would be on the condition of that with respect to these projects.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes.
Ms. McQueen?
We do not have an objection to this approach.
Thank you. The Attorney General, no objection? Staff? No objection. So that will be the order of the court, okay? The order of the commission. How about that? Anything else? The record will remain open for limited purpose of post-hearing commission questions only, and otherwise, we are adjourned.